Hey, what is going on, gamers? How y'all doing? You know, I never put together before how this is where that like synth that Tomia likes to use actually came from. I don't know. Somehow I never thought about that until now. I'm like, hey, that's the Forces synth. Interesting. Yeah, how y'all doing? My voice is already a little bit not ideal, so hopefully that will feel a little better as it goes on. But yeah, it's Spectrum Sunday. Europeans watching 3M. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, it's time zones are crazy. Like somehow like trying to find a good time that works for like most people is like really it never works, but Brad, it's true. Yeah, how y'all doing? Yeah, I don't know, I guess we're just gonna jump right into it. It's hard for me to get the volume of this right. This song sounds louder than I think it actually is because of that synth. Apparently I opened the project twice by accident. That's kind of funny. Alright, let's close that. Let me just push a few things over and then we'll get started. Alright, I think we're good to go. Real streaming hours. Yeah, so I mean, if you guys have any like music suggestions, by the way, that I can play that are not, you know, not copyright claimed, I mean, let me know because I'm got like recycling the same playlist here. I think I could probably do the Unleashed OST, right? I haven't played that one in a while on streams, so that's one possibility. It's me, the guy who made a 3D model of Plant Kingdom's loadout. Oh yeah, that's sick. Yeah, cool to see you all. What? It's funny how I actually like double clicked this like several times and it just isn't opening. Is there a reason for that? is that gonna be a problem? No, we're fine. I played this one before, but it's worth it one more time. Right? Why not? Alright, yeah, so, I mean, sorry, I'm so great at starting and ending streams. We're just gonna jump right into this, I guess, tonight. Yeah, I've been looking at kind of the Sega NN stuff a little bit this week again. That's about all I had time to do. And trying to do like some Rainbow stuff as well. But yeah, it's been kind of fun actually to look at that again. It's been a while since I've been able to check it out. What a cursed format. Like, jeez. But yeah, I'm trying to document it for like Hedge Docs. I don't have it on. I actually have it on like my Linux partition, but so I can't show it yet. But I'm just trying to write out like documentation for it because it's driving me nuts that I've never gotten around to like fully documenting all of that. It's coming along. There's some weird things like we found out. The angles in the animations are for some reason they're stored not as floats, right, but as 32-bit integers that where you have to divide them by a float, which is 182. That's what you have to do. You have to take the number and divide it by 182 to get the actual angle. And it's like, why? It's something about like the binary angle measurement system or whatever. They used that in like the adventure games on the Dreamcast, so I assume it's just a holdover from that stuff. But it's like, why in like, you know, on like the Xbox 360, for example, are you still doing it like that? Like, I don't understand. But it's even weirder that the number is 182, right? Because the only thing that made sense for it to be that number, right, is if you take like basically the maximum value for like a 16-bit integer, and you divide that by, I think it's 360 degrees, you get 182. So I assume that's where that number comes from, right? But it's so weird because this is the number that you use for the 32-bit ones, not the 16-bit ones. So you would think, you know, by this logic, that it would actually be, you have to divide it by this huge number, right? But no. They still use the 16-bit one. I don't know what Sega was doing back then. They were doing something. But anyway, that's what I've been working on this week, pretty much. I haven't done a lot for Spectrum. We're gonna work on that tonight. So, I don't know, let's just pick a function. I think last time what I was doing was I was reverse engineering the services. So I guess we should continue with that. And I think I'm going to play the Unleashed OST. I don't know if I can do on this possibility or not because I can't remember. There was some Sonic vocal themes recently have been they've been getting copyright claimed. I don't know why. So I'm gonna just play it safe. I'm sorry. And let me know how the volume of it is because it's really hard to get it right. Since I'm talking quieter today too. Alright, so where was that at? So get service by ID. Yeah, I was in this function. And I found out, like last stream, how to actually find all of these like IDs. Which was pretty cool, but I don't remember now. I think what I did was, if you searched, there was actually a string for a lot of them, I thought. Well, wasn't there? Oh, I'm thinking about the other software. There it is. In IDA, you have to put strings in quotes when you search. Anyway, yeah, this is like a constructor for it, and if you actually look at this, yeah, this is where they construct that. So, and the ID is here. It's 1. So if I look at calls to this, that's right. Okay, I remember now. Alright, so I guess we should just document some of these for starters. Finish what we started last time, right? Would have been cool to do that off stream, but you know how it goes. So y'all have been on Twitter this week, I assume. I've been on Twitter for, actually, it's really sad, but over 10 years now. I've seen some things on this cursed site. I think it's a little quiet, by the way, but I can't tell. Because I know I'm not talking very loud. So let me know how the volume is. Anyway, I've been on Twitter for a long time. I've seen a lot of stuff, and but even so, sometimes it still just manages to surprise me. I feel like this week has been a particularly chaotic week. Maybe not. I don't know why I feel that way, because it wasn't really anything too special, but there's just several things that came to mind that I saw that I was just like, oh, I guess that's happening. And it was just really, really a great time to be around. I think probably the least possible controversial thing that could be brought up is just the Sony stuff. That was, that's a mess. Also what they're doing with like Helldivers and Stellar Blade and like, geez. That's been interesting. It'd be cool if we could just like be normal. You know what I mean? Like I get it. Like we're in the like stage of. I'm not trying to be political. It's just kind of a joke. We're in the stage of like capitalism now, where everything falls apart, right? I get it. I understand that. But could we just have one company not be like comically evil for like 1 week, please? Thanks. That'd be great. I'm just. Same. I don't remember things being that bad when, when I was a kid. Maybe I was just ignorant, but it just seems like constantly there's just some super villain behavior going on. It's just like, really? Alright. I'm waiting for IDA. Every time I search for a string in IDA, it takes like 50 years. So if you ever see me just sitting here not doing anything, that's what's going on. It's on my second monitor. It's just how it goes. Let's see. See level info. I just wanted to, I just want to see what this inherits from. All right. Whoops. There we go. Let's see, C game service, and that's C service, and C refactor, which is yes, that's what I would have guessed just from looking at this. But I just wanted to make sure I wasn't leaving anything out when I filled it out. Honestly, I don't know why I'm even doing this now. It'd be nice to just get the IDs at least. Oh yeah, didn't I have like a... Did I make an enum? Oh, what's this? It's not just an array of bytes, I'm sure, but... yeah, because they add... wait. They add hex 20 every time, so it's actually just an array of, I guess, 2 of these things. But I'm just gonna leave it like that for now, because it doesn't really matter, I just want the things to be sized. Hey, Tempo Sparks, how you doing? May 4th was everything but a Star Wars day. Oh yeah, I know, it really was. It feels like a lot of stuff went down. Yeah, we all know, we all saw the recent, I don't want to say drama because that makes it sound maybe different than it was. I don't know. The most recent cancellation, I guess. That was fun. Let's see. See, set object manager. I assume that's just part of the Sonic namespace. This is an important one to figure out though, because we're gonna need that when we crack all the objects. So it's worth doing this right. So let me wait for that search to complete to make sure that that's the right namespace and everything. I'm doing well. I have 2 finished scripts for my webcomic now. Oh, sick. That's awesome. Chapter 1 is 28 pages. Chapter 2 ended up being 37 pages. No, I get that. Yeah, when you're excited to write something, it's really easy to end up, like, writing more. I did that for scripts I used to write years ago. You're just like, oh, this is a cool idea, and then as you keep writing, you're like, wait, this is really cool. Excitement kind of takes over. Yes. This is correct. Okay, cool. So, let's fill this in. Good vibes with this song. What was the size of that? 44, okay. Yeah, I like the new, like, style of music that Tommy's trying as well, but I do kind of miss, like, the more instrumental sounding stuff. You know what I mean? Like, because he's going more for, like, electronic, like a synth style now. And that's cool, you know, like, it's definitely grown on me, but I feel like I kind of miss the like violin and stuff sometimes. Well, these are the, you know, VF tables, so let's just fill that in because why not? Oh, I guessed right. Cool. I think I'm getting better at that. Yep. All right. And I want to see what this is because. Again, like set object manager is something we should actually figure out. Since I assume I'm gonna need that for when I crack all the objects. We're gonna need to port objects over from colors as well. I think this one is the, yeah, this is the sea leaf actor one. I've been putting some, sometimes I've been doing this, like just leaving a comment that says what it's from. I think I've been forming it like that, like formulating it like that, but I don't remember. And I actually don't know if like these functions are from that or not, so I probably shouldn't label them as such until I know. Okay, I want to see what this is, because I assume there's a VF table for it. Let's see what Colors Ultimate has to say. Yes, there is something for it. At the very end, at least, there is, where's it at? This, maybe? I think this is probably just 2 pointers, because the size of this is 8. But in Colors Ultimate, the last thing that they allocate here is sized 16 instead of as 8 bytes. So I assume it's because it's 2 pointers, right? And on the Wii, the pointer's 32-bit. On the, you know, new version, they're going to be 64-bit. But I want to make sure that this is correct. So the VF table has 3 functions in it. It's going to be a little more than 3 because there's some extra data at the beginning. And I don't know if this is like part of it or not. It looks like it could be, but it's hard to tell. Because sometimes there's like, you know, virtual functions that aren't filled in. Okay, let me know how the audio is, by the way, because I think it's maybe a little quiet, but I can't really tell. I'm gonna have to draw it all out, though, so it's gonna take a while. Well, more power to you. That's a cool thing to do. I don't think I'll ever get tired of this OST. Let's see. So this is the data I got from Colors Ultimate. So this is it's a C impl, like implementation. C my actor listener. So that's a long class name, but I believe that that is correct. Let's check what this is. Okay, it calls something, and it does this. All this. Alright, so let me just see what the equivalent is on the screen. Yeah, that's definitely this function. Okay, cool. This is only called by that, so it has to be part of it. And I don't think the C-impl thing is like, I don't think there's any like functions on it, so I don't think we need to technically make it a class, but I think it is a class, so we'll just do that. Okay. Now, that's kind of weird. Yeah, so that second function is probably not part of this class. It's probably part of some other subclass that's used by it. So I'm just going to remove that from here. This one, no, this one. Yeah, that's a part of it too, but it's doesn't really matter because it's just empty, but we'll fill it out anyway. Okay, that's probably the default range or something. And this is a VF table, right? Yes. So let's see what those are, and then I guess go on. Okay. I went too many functions back and I got confused. So where is this at? It's... They do a new there. Okay, that's an empty function. That's kind of funny. Oh! Is this correct? Because that's... That seems very weird. Well, let's see, maybe it is. Okay, there are 4 functions in this. Okay. What is this one? There's 4 in this. What happens in this function? Okay. I think this is what I think it is, but we'll find out. Yep. That's very weird. Okay, so this is a... Let me show you what this is. I'm thankful that there's RTTI for this. This is a boost detail SP counted infl P to, like, containing a Sonic C set object factory. That's not a mouthful at all. I think that's, make sure this... So this, the boost version used in Lost World is a little newer than the one used in Colors, if I remember correctly. But they're pretty similar. The one in Ultimate, I don't know. I don't know if they upgraded it to like the latest version. So I just kind of want to make sure that this is what that would be called. Shared pointer. What I'm searching for is this. Right. So I don't know where the frick... There's a detail here. Ah, look at that. SP counted impl. Yeah. Well, there you go. That looks to be what that is. Alright. Gross. Boost code is like crazy. So, just for fun, why don't we map out the virtual functions? There's okay, so this one is the get deleter. That's the last one, so that's kind of weird. There's the dispose, get deleter. And that seems to, oh, it's from the I see, SP counted base, which is another header. Why are there so many? There's one for every like compiler and architecture combination, it looks like. Oh no. Gross. What would be PPC, right? Except Code Warriors, and this is GCC. The Wii would be like Code Warriors, right? I guess? It doesn't really matter too much, but this is the destructor. And then this is the dispose function, this is destroy, and this is get deleter. So, alright, that's the order of things. So, I'd like to copy that whole name, but whatever, we'll just write it out again. I don't need to document all this either, like, just for the record. I don't know why I'm doing it. Here we go. Dispose, but then this gets overridden, so it's not a pure virtual function anymore. Dispose. Yeah, it gets replaced with this, which it's either check delete or this, but I don't care about all that right now. I just wanted to get the base ones filled out. It's just kind of cool, I don't know, to have like the actual names of some of these things. And then the next one is destroy, and then get deleter. Destroy, yeah, and this one returns a void pointer as well. Okay. What do you mean unknown calling convention? It's kind of funny. It can't even assume that it's just STD call. It's like no. So this is weird to me, right? So why is it that if this is null, then they create something else? Like, what's actually up with that? I'm trying to figure it out because I see in Colors Ultimate, it just doesn't look like they do that. It looks like they just do something else. So I don't really know. That's probably just because there's like different implementations of it, right? I guess. Why does it even have to be different for the different... Oh. Because assembly. Great. So out of curiosity, right? I don't know why I'm wasting time on this. I just kind of wanted to know. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. I wanted to see if I could find an example of that same assembly in the colors code. Because I think it would be this header that I would use. I'm not entirely sure of that. Doesn't really matter though. It's a lock-free algorithm. Wow. Those are surprisingly hard to develop correctly. Like you think it's like, oh, it's not so bad, and then you find out 5 years later that your code had a bug the whole time. Oh, okay. Hang on, there's some stuff in the chat I didn't see. You can technically say I've been working on and off of this comic since I first got the idea of Luna back in 2012. The first version of the story I have now is definitely not the same as it was back then. Yeah, no, I get that. Sometimes ideas float around in your head for a long time, you know? I've had like ideas for things I've wanted to do from like years ago that are still floating around in my head. I'm like, oh man, I want to do that someday. So I totally get that. Luna stuck around though through all these drafts and me overcomplicating things, but I like where the story is now and feel like my writing has improved somewhat compared to the 2022 version of the comic, at least. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, yeah, keep at that. I think that's really cool. Do you see what Death found in Colors? Yeah, I didn't like retweet it, but I saw it. Guess I can pull it up. But the thing with Twitter is that you have to be careful now, because there's, you know, a spam bot under like every tweet. So let me make sure that that doesn't happen. There is in fact a tweet that's hidden, but it's hidden, so it should be fine. So basically what he found is that there's this unused object. Okay, so for in Unleashed, there's this camera, right? Let me mute this. There's this camera that's used sometimes that orients around an object. So like in this case, I don't know what the object is specifically. Maybe it's like an invisible one over here somewhere, or maybe it's actually these egg chasers. I'm not sure. But there's some object that's being oriented around where it actually like pans dramatically to kind of show you, you know, like something for a moment, right? It's kind of a neat shot they use a few times in Unleashed. So they have this camera in Colors as well, but they don't use it. So here he is like showing off how it works. He has it oriented around, I think, that hint ring over there or something. Or, oh, not ring, sorry, my bad. So when he's walking around the ring, it's doing the same thing as it would in Unleashed. So it's kind of, you know, disorienting, but it's cool, right? Like that was an object in Colors the whole time that we just never used. He's been trying to crack these for stuff we're doing with Hasten, which I thought is really cool, because we've never fully figured these out. SK Merrick figured out most of it, but there's still some stuff that's been kind of a mystery, so it's cool to like put it all together now, you know? But yeah, I've been working on like code for headset to try to support these, so hopefully it won't be too long after he gets these templates figured out that you guys will have a tool for editing color set data, finally. It is already like functional, like I have it, but it needs some work. There's a few things it does a little wrong, mainly. Like it just, I don't know, it just writes some padding out incorrectly and stuff, and sometimes that can even cause the game to crash because it expects the alignment to be a very precise way sometimes. It's just stupid. It's not like a big issue that's hard to fix, it's just kind of like all these little questions of like, how do I reorganize my code to make this stupid thing work? Like, I know, I get the problem, I get what's happening, I'm just like, I'm like procrastinating on fixing that. But, yeah, I'll have that soon. Because the thing with colors is we don't have like reflection data for the objects like we do with most other of the Sonic games. So, but what we do have is in Colors Ultimate, they just straight up left a lot of the data in the Godot files, like the scenes and whatever. So Death has been, my understanding has been painstakingly going through the files and trying to find enough of a pattern in the format. He's written a tool that can just go through all these Godot files, and it just parses it, and it spits out the data into a template. And so he's just basically scraping all the data that he can from what's left over in the game and using all that to build these templates, and then he's going in and manually fixing it up. So it's a lot harder than I think what it's usually been for these games, because there's like, it's more of a like, I don't mean this in a negative way, what he's doing is really awesome, but sometimes our work just has to be like this, but it's more of a duct tape solution, right? Because you can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna perfectly pull all the data from the reflection. It's like, there isn't perfect data. So he just kind of has to like do the best that he can, but he's doing a really great job, and there's only a few things that we don't really know about the objects at this point in time. Most of it has been figured out now, which is really cool. There's a few parameters that don't have names, and he found out that when you modify them, the game doesn't do anything. He like put a breakpoint on the data, and the game never reads or writes it. So it would seem that they're just unused. So we have no idea what it was supposed to do. So some of them might just be called like unknown, you know. But yeah, but like almost all the colors objects are figured out now. So he's doing really cool stuff. Yeah. Wait, are you asking about? Oh yeah, having all the different like headers for every compiler. It's kind of silly, right? I assume it's because everyone works a little differently, where you have to. Yeah, because the syntax for like the ASM stuff varies based on the compiler. So like in CodeWarrior, if you want to put in assembly, you do it like this. You just basically write out the instructions the way you would in an ASM file. But like GCC has this awful, I'm sorry, I've always hated the syntax. They have this syntax that they want you to use in GCC, and I've just always been like, this is unreadable to me. Like, what the frick is this? Ugh. Not a fan. Oh, I like how it's apparently all that this does is this, by the way. This line up here is essentially the human readable equivalent of what this is doing. Apparently. That's great. That's really great. But it has to be complicated because it does it atomically, which is hard to explain, but it's like multiple threads can access the value at the same time, and it's all good because the way that this code is written is such that it's never possible for there to be any moment in time where one thread could read the value while the other is modifying it and something is wrong. It's just set up to be like so that it doesn't have to, That's not a problem. So that's why it has to be complicated. That's why they can't just write this, because they have to like make sure to get it all the timing correct and everything. But it's just what a mess. Jeez. Yeah, so this is cool. Like, if you're gonna use boost, like, this is one of the things to use it for, stuff like this. So you don't have to implement this nonsense yourself. You just use it and it works really well because someone else figured it out. Thank you, Peter Dimov. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. And Alexander Terekov. And also Ben Hitchings. Apparently multiple people were responsible for figuring this mess out. I can see why. And then this one is by the same people, I guess. Anyway. I wonder what the x86 one... Yeah, I was gonna say, this is gonna be significantly simpler looking. It's just so much easier. Maybe that's just because I'm used to x86, but I'm like, this is so much easier. But even the GCC... Like, okay, like this is fine. This is fine. But I get to this and I'm like, my brain is just like, what? What are you doing? That's not assembly. Bad GCC. That, what are you, like... Like, what the frick is that? I could never make sense of GCC assembly syntax for some reason. It's just, to me, this unreadable mess. Good grief. Alright, anyway. Back to what I was doing. See, this one's really weird because it's just like a... Like, it says bad Alec, right? Like, what's up with that? Also, wait, is that also a function? Because that would be... Yeah. Yes, it is. Okay. Wait, is that like an exception? Bro. I bet that's what that is. Well, I don't know what... I don't know. I don't know why the frick it would be set up this way, but... Anyway. That's straight up a bad Alec exception. It looks like, anyway. So they just, oh, so it gets thrown, I guess. If it's null, then they throw. That's kind of crazy. So wait, so like, is this the part that throws? No, that just returns. What does this do? That's the destructor. Pull that up by accident. Can I not reorganize these now? That stinks. How do I... This is the perfect music for this, by the way. I'm just like struggling and it's like playing comical music. Oh, Rad, you silly goose. Okay. Anyway, so I see what it's doing. It's just kind of funny. And this is like one of those array constructors. So they're constructing an array of something. I don't know what the type is. But this is the size. Or no, that's... yeah, I guess that's the size. And oh good, we have more VF tables. That's gotta be like a vector or something. Bro, I don't know. Alright, well anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm wasting a lot of time on this. Let's go back. I don't know. Let's just look at a few others maybe. This is Collision World. I think didn't I already do that one? Really? I didn't do that one? I must have, right? You're kidding. Okay then. I'm not gonna fill everything out because it's just gonna be too much time for all this stuff, but I will at least get a few of these things. And didn't I make a enum for this? Like e-service type would have been what I would have called it, right? Oh, I had like a, yeah, that's right. This is what I was freaking doing. Let's get some more water. I think this is what I recognize C Collision World from. So I should really be documenting these? That would have been a smart thing to do. This is 6. Oh yeah, that's still correct. And I looked at sea level info, that seems like that's 3. Feature manager would be 4 then, so we don't know what 5 is. I don't know if there is a 5. See path manager, so that should be 9. AO 9, yep. So I mean, it looks like we already kind of have it figured out from the stuff I did last stream. Oops. Okay. All right. See effect manager, what fun. 38. Okay. It's 10. Yes. So it looks like, I mean, I'm not seeing any that I didn't see in Colors Ultimate yet already. So I already had C Effect Manager as a class, right? Wait, I guess not. How have I never needed the Effect Manager? Like, this handles particle effects if you can't tell. Oh, look, there's freaking strings. That's cool. Ooh. That's extremely helpful. Okay, so each one of, there's different groups, it looks like, of effects that they can have. They have ones that are part of the scene, ones that are just part of the current frame, ones that are part of overframe. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Like, I don't know if that means maybe it's slightly out of the range of the camera, or if it means that it's like at the end of the previous frame, like maybe it sticks around for one more as part of overframe or something. I don't know. And there's cap indirect, which I guess is like capture indirect. Don't know what that's about either, but that's cool that we have strings. That'll be useful to figure some stuff out. See terrain manager. It's amazing how many of these I just have not documented yet. So I saw that there was this class, the C Sound Module Manager, is what I called it when I looked into this. But looking at it more, I wonder if that's actually a manager or not, because yeah, I put that here as part of that function, but I don't know, man. That might not be a manager at all. Was there a VF table before? Oh, there was. So there probably, yeah, that must have been then, because I found that in Colors Ultimate. Okay, C object info container, 48. riveting stream. Much excitement. Oops. I don't know how I did that. Alright. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but it's nice to look at some of these. See hint text. That's interesting. 38. Did I figure that one out ever? Apparently I did. Oh, I'm still in order. Jeez, dude. Whoops. I think I did already figure out. See, oh no, I didn't, but okay. Okay, let's first of all, let's refresh this because this view is incorrect now. Cut that. Paste it here because I got the namespace wrong. And we're gonna refresh again. Did I also do it with the path manager? I probably did. Knowing me. Yes. I in fact did that. Okay, it's part of Sonic Path, which is not even a namespace yet, so let's create it. And move it. Where's it at? I lost it. There it is. So you'd think the path controller would also be a part of that namespace. It probably is. And then C collision world is part of collision, so yeah, that has to be. There it is. Okay, I knew that I did something with that before. That's why it didn't make sense. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Terrible hack, right? Gonna move that there. Hit save. Going to refresh the view because it gets bugged out, so we have to do that sometimes. Going to delete this. Going to move this here. Then save. Hopefully that didn't screw this up. It sure did. Okay. And so I have to fix that now. And then we also want to move that. So let's say, so I guess I also have to fix these. Joys of Ghidra. C collision world. Move that here. And then C effect manager also should be there. So I just made a lot of great mistakes. Alright, I think that's finally everything. So let's do that hack to refresh it again. Okay. Sonic collision, and we'll move this too. Cool, so it didn't refresh, but it should be there now. And what a mistake it was. Convert that to, please. Okay. This is the glare manager. Oh, I already got that one. Oh yeah, I kind of remember that. Okay. So next one is the grass manager. Yeah, I remember I made the joke about that should be what, like, Twitter doesn't have a grass manager. That's what the problem is. They need someone to manage their usage of grass. Alright. I guess Twitter banned grass. That's why no one's ever been outside. That makes a lot of sense. There are really a lot of these. Motion blur manager, that's kind of cool. Staff role data. That's not a manager even. I guess neither are these. So some of them are not managers. I don't know what these are called then. Oh, well, services. Duh, I already figured that out from before. Wait, there's also staff role manager. Okay, so again, the sprite manager, that's a weird one. Okay, so I should fill the rest of them out sometime, but that's most of the ones that I think are going to come up most of the time. Staff role data, I guess you can add yourself to the credits now. I sure can. Well, there's actually like a script left over in Colors Ultimate. It's like a Python script that you can use to give it like a spreadsheet with text, and it converts it to a binary file that the game can read for the credits. So they used that to create the credits in Colors Ultimate, and they just left that script over in the files when they released the game by accident. So we can actually just make a spreadsheet and just run their script, and we should be able to have custom credits, but we've never tried it, but it should work. Weed is legal in Sonic Colors. Is that what the wisp are? Like the wisp are just weed? That kind of makes sense, I guess. Like they were never really there. Sonic was just kind of high. That's why they show up again in Lost World for no reason. It's like, Sonic, I thought you kicked that. Sorry, Tails. It's really great humor. It's like, what is it, like 2012? Yeah, my brain's stuck there. Silver the Weed Hog. Oh yeah, people used to make that joke about the, gosh. The like quills on Silver's head. Yeah, they're kind of shaped like that. 11 out of 10. Segment just wanted all the weed for himself? Snap Cube. Alright, so where the frick was I? Last stream, I started off by looking at one of these functions. I think it might have been this one. And then I got into a tangent, and I ended up spending the rest of the stream figuring out the services, which is useful. That's gonna be very useful to crack all this, so I'm glad that I did it. But it's like, it'd be cool to just finish what we started now. So what's up with this? Why do I not figure this out? Because it looks like these functions are... Oh yeah, I don't know what that is. Or this. I know it's constructor, but I don't know what it's a constructor for. That's right. So if I could just figure out like what that function is, like this one, then I might be able to also figure out this, right? And it'd be so easy to just be like, oh, let's just say we don't know what the name is, let's call it like collision thing, and then let's pass it into this and it doesn't matter. But the problem is, this function, I'd have to recreate it on PC then, with the Lost World C collision. And like, look at this, right? So ideally, this is just a function that's already in Lost World. I don't need to recreate this because I just call it. That'd be cool, but who knows, right? This is a C-posture common thing. This would have changed the world if it was an animation in 2000s Newgrounds. Isn't it amazing how often that statement is true? Like how many times you can say that? Oh, if this was a 2000s Newground animation, like, you know, this would have changed the world. It's pretty accurate. So I determined that that was a collision shape. handle for that, but I don't know if it's actually accurate. Because I think I was looking for a function like this before and I didn't find it. You know, I would have done this already. So that might not be right, but it also might be correct, but it's just not a thing in Lost World anymore. So that's looking pretty valid, you know? Jeez, dude, I don't know what's wrong with my throat. I'm like having to drink water constantly. We'll take it easy. So let's just figure this out. It comes right before get position and copy. It comes after this function that I also didn't figure out. This gets a matrix from the collision shape somehow. So let's see if we can figure that out. Get world, that kind of makes sense. Okay. Maybe they just changed the implementation, right? Let's cope. Oh, Havoc. Oh, good. It's completely different. Well then. Yeah, because in this game it's not going to be Havoc, it's going to be physics. So this is going to be very different. And Mario taking mushrooms shaped the world? It's what made the creation of Mount Rushmore happen. That's so accurate, Seals. There's so many, like, just... like, unironically, though, there's so many things that exist today that wouldn't have ever been created if it wouldn't have been for one silly thing on Newgrounds that kickstarted it all somehow. Like, I even feel like, you know, like the show, like, Smiling Friends? I don't know if that would have existed without Newgrounds. Because, like, didn't, like, Zach and, like, the Oni Plays guys, didn't a lot of them come from Newgrounds? Like, that's how they originally got their popularity. It's like, geez, dude. It all started with a flash animation about some game character doing something violent. Havoc and colors? Oh, my bad. It's, this is Lost... I was looking at Lost World. Yeah, so Lost World does this with Havoc stuff, but Colors does it with physics stuff instead, right? So this is going to be fun to map this, because these things are not quite the same. I was hoping that the way that it worked was that they had some layer that sat above the physics engine that was exactly the same in both, but it sounds like there's actually a lot of stuff that is missing in that layer between games, like they changed it. So that's gonna be fun. Sorry for muting for a second there. No, you're not stupid at all. I ran through it fast. So we might have to re-implement C collision at some point. But I was hoping we wouldn't have to do that. So that's, I think, exactly what I concluded last time I looked at this function. What a fun function that is. So what about these? Because, like, this looks like something that probably is in Lost World too, right? Get physics world. Okay, that's not called in that many places. Why did they name it Get Physics World Const? Oh, because because they wanted the function to be const both times, but they wanted the thing that returns to be. That's okay. Okay, Sonic Team. All right. So it could be either of those. That's the homing target service. That is 2. That's C collisions. That's really fun that it could also be there. Also C collision. Although that's relevant, right? Oh, this returns a bool. Right, I figured that out before. And then the whole thing goes into this, which is also on C collision. So, I mean, it could be something like this. What's this? Oh, fun. I can just immediately tell when there's some bad decompilation happening. It's kind of funny. Okay, then. That's a big function there. So it's probably, let's see. What's this, by the way? That's the collision GOC one, but that one's never used, apparently. So this one might be it. Could be move for sweep move, or the other one. Both kind of make sense. C sweep move, okay. I've got all this PPC code that gets incorrectly compiled. It's like paired singles stuff. It just doesn't know how to do it, so it looks like a mess. You have to read between the lines and just ignore all the mess. Because no one's got time to read all that. Life's too short. Someone should really fix this someday. That'd be really great. Okay, there's a lot of weird stuff. But there's like virtual function tables for these classes, so you would think they would be like in colors as well, but they don't seem to be. Wait. Actually, wait, was that a VF table or was that a float? Oh, interesting. Store float. Oh. Oh, this could be it. 2 vector 3s and a float. 2 vector 3s and a float. This one has some extra params. Oh no, it just has one. It has one extra param, which is the collision catch. This doesn't have a collision catch. But that's probably what that is. It's only referenced by 4 functions. It's only referenced by 2. Actually, one of these is the entry point, so really, there's only 1 extra function in Lost World. This is all adding up. This all makes sense. I think that might be what that is. I think I'll search for that, but why? Why would I do that? Actually, on second thought. Because there's no virtual function table for it, so it won't show up anyway. Okay, what was the thing that I saw that called that? Overlap test for push out. It's a long name. Okay, so it could be that. It could also be check clearance. This whole function is not present. Come on. No, I accidentally hit F. I pressed F to pay respects when it was actually disrespectful in this culture. It's a common mistake people make. Alright, so this gets called by this. We do something multiple times, and then we do a scale. Okay, so where was it at? That doesn't look right. Let's go, so let's go back to this. It's probably that. Well, here's a scale. Get offset length. Could be. Is this one like a symbol function like that? Well, no, but it might just be that they changed the implementation of it. Scale, add, and then copy. So, scale, all this nonsense, add, copy, get radius would be the next one. Again, they might have just changed the implementation of that. That's looking kind of like what I want. Copy, test, yeah, this is looking a lot like what I want. Oh, that's huge. Jeez. There's a dot product in there. So, here we go. We're delving into the sewers now. Actually, it didn't look as bad as I thought, so maybe that's not what... Could be this. Huh, I don't see any dot products or anything, so I don't know if this is the same. That's basically a dot product. They might have also just, again, simplified it. Returns a bool. I'm gonna say that's probably what this is. It's looking pretty close. Hold up. Let me pull something up here. It's taking way longer than it should. Sorry. Okay. Oh. Okay. So it turns out if you try to open a terminal from, like the File Explorer, and you close the File Explorer before the terminal window opens, it just cancels your command to open the terminal. So you have to do it again. Very, very, very good. Alright, there we go. So this is the symbol I wanted to demangle. Here we go. That's what this function is. Its params are vector3 again. It's actually 4 vector3s. And then a human. So yeah, that's pretty good. And then it returns a bool, as we found out. So that is probably what this function is. But I don't think this one has as many vector3s. It's definitely like overlap test for something though. This does return a bool, right? Yeah, it does. Prime 1 and Prime 2, I don't see how those are used. Oh, it's a mess. Okay, they call something with a virtual function pointer, and there's one of these nonsensical things yet again. So the right shift ones are... That's the first param. And then the ones that don't right shifted by anything are the second. Yeah, so it's a vector 3. And param 2, I don't know because it just passes it into this virtual function. I don't know what that is. But I do see that this uses these, I guess, 16th function inside of the VF table. Actually, it looks like it adds something to it, which is huge. That doesn't make much sense. So I'm not quite sure what's up with that. But anyway, it's a 16th function. Oh. Well, it doesn't make sense for there to be that many. Something is wrong. Yeah, oh, I see. It's not C collision, it's something else. Windows Explorer is just bad. I had a situation yesterday, for use probably today, you know, time zones, yeah, where I wanted to drag a file to another folder and Explorer didn't let me copy drag it. Jeez. Yeah, it really is kind of bad. Like, it's surprising. I'm sure you've all seen the thing where, like, people found out that the reason that it lags so much when you open up folders is because it's trying to process every individual file inside the folder. Like, it's trying to, like, generate thumbnails for every image, generate data for every video, all that stuff. And it does that before it lets you see the files, so it's just, like, very slow sometimes. But there's like a flag you can disable in the registry, if I remember correctly, that turns that off, and it just makes it like so much faster. It's crazy. It's like, what? But it still displays the info, if I'm not mistaken. It just streams it in later. So it's like, why is this not on by default? I'm so close to finally being able to actually just ditch Windows. After years of trying and failing to do that. Like, I've actually been using Linux for a lot of things now. But there's just still a few things that I have to do on Windows. And it's just so frustrating. It's like, why are no operating systems good? You know? Turn that off in the registry? Yeah. Didn't help you. It didn't help you though. Interesting. Well, that's fascinating. I like when Microsoft just breaks things too. It's great. Okay, so this can't actually be... Oh wait, I guess it could be. I guess it could be inlined or whatever. I don't know, somehow I just lost track of what the frick I was doing apparently, because hang on. Because this returns a bool, and it looks like this functions, so... Okay, so hang on, so we call getPhysicsWorld, Then we construct this, which looks to be the overlap tester. Then get the offset length and something that seems to be optimized out. We do a scale, we do an add, we do a copy. All that's still intact. Then we do overlap tester.test, which is what this looks to be. In Lost World, that is literally just this, which looks to be like exactly what we're freaking dealing with. That's awesome. So I'm just going to assume that's what this is called, for lack of any better name. Okay, it didn't generate a class for it. Are there any Linux sufferers in the chat? Out of curiosity. Like anyone who's tried to use it as like a daily driver and then found out why no one does that? It's like something I want to rant about, but I know that like hardly anyone actually does that. Hardly anyone hates themselves that much. Really? Like, bro. I like to use in my daily driver. There are things like VS that are Windows only, and I'd have to use Windows. Yeah, that's the thing, right? There's just a few pieces of software that's like, there's just no equivalent to it, and it just doesn't work. It's just very frustrating. I think it varies for everyone, but for me, I'm at the point where because what I've decided to do, right, is to like slowly shift over to like open source software on Windows, right? So like I'm not gonna change OSs yet. I'm just gonna take it slow and just like slowly introduce myself to like things that I know are also on Linux. And I've been like slowly doing that over the past few years. I just like gotten used to how the open source stuff works. And then that's been good, because then when I try to actually use Linux, I'm like, okay, I can just use these programs that I already know now, right? But so that's the closest I've ever been to like having success with that. But it's still not there, because there's some programs like, okay, like Paint.net is one of them for me. This is just so silly because it's not Photoshop, right? It's not like this big complicated tool that I'm paying for where I need all these advanced features that nothing else really has. It's like, this is a pretty simple photo editor. Like, you know, like Krita probably has all of these features. So does GIMP, I'm sure, right? Like you can probably just use those programs to do the same stuff. But like, I just like this user interface a lot. I'm very used to it, and it's just shockingly hard for me to get used to something else. I'm kind of like, why can't I just run this? Like, I know there's wine, but it's not perfect. It's just like, eh. It's frustrating because it's like, it's a C# program. It's on .NET. So like, and .NET's cross-platform now. So it's like, can't we just, like, there has to be a way to just get this on there. I don't know. And I actually don't use Visual Studio that often anymore. I use it for some things, like I'm using it now for Spectrum, because this is a Windows only project. So for like Windows only, C++ and C# stuff as well, it's like I use VS for that because I don't know, it's good for that. But when I'm doing anything like cross-platform, I usually use VS Code now. I've just gotten used to it, I don't know. So I don't even really need this for most projects, but for a few I do. Like for Spectrum I need this. So yeah. I don't want to switch over to like CMake or whatever for this, just for no reason. Like that's just a pain. And what else? There's not much else. The biggest other thing for me is actually OBS, which is shocking. I didn't expect that. Because OBS is open source and it's cross-platform, right? So you'd think that would just work. But on Linux, the, like, NVIDIA encoders stuff isn't properly handled by OBS. So instead my understanding is it basically just takes an image of your screen and it sends it to FFmpeg. And then FFmpeg does some NVIDIA GPU encoding with it. And then it sends it back to OBS, which I believe then copies it to the CPU again to do some effects that it adds to it before finally encoding it again, I guess, and then saving that to the video file. So it's going from CPU to GPU back to CPU like a few times, and it does that every frame. So you can imagine it's not optimized. It's pretty bad. Like when you try to actually record on Linux, it's like surprisingly slow. It's like what? Why? But you find out it's just because on Windows they optimized it. They made it work really well with the NVIDIA encoder, but on Linux no one bothered to do that. So there's like there's a program called GPU Screen Recorder that someone made who was probably fed up with OBS. That just does it the way that it's supposed to work, and it works great on Linux. It runs full speed, it's very smooth, it's very simple, it's nice, but it's not OBS, so it doesn't have all the features OBS has that you need when you do streams. So it's like, could someone just add that to OBS, please? And then I'm over here feeling like a hypocrite because I'm like saying that, but then I'm like, why don't you add it? It's like, I don't know. I just don't know how OBS works. I don't know how video encoding works. It's not really my field of expertise. So I guess I could spend like 8 weeks trying to just figure that out. But it kind of feels like there's someone else out there who could do it in a couple of days. So, you know, but I guess maybe I should try to do it because it's bothering me, so it's something that I'd like to try, but it's just like that's frustrating. There's just all these little things like that, right? But those are really, I think, the only obstacles that I feel like I really have anymore. There's a few other things, but it's just stuff like I don't use Apple stuff anymore. But like my dad does. Sometimes he needs help with something, and sometimes I need to use iTunes to get something onto the iPad or iPhone or whatever, right? And iTunes only works on Windows. There's like no equivalent at all. It doesn't work under Wine. It's just terrible. So, yeah. That's one of those things you just need it for. Or get a Mac, but screw that. So there's always going to be things, I think, but it's just seeing what Microsoft does with like all the ads and all the data collection, and just there's just all these bugs, and it's slow, and they just don't fix it because they don't care. They're putting Copilot into everything now. It's just like, no. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. But no matter what OS you use, you just have to deal with some nonsense now. It's very frustrating because it didn't used to be that way. Like Windows 7 was great. I didn't have any problems with Windows 7. So could we just like go back to that maybe? But no. So I'm like trying to switch only because not because I think that it's even necessarily a better experience. I don't believe that. I think a lot of Linux people are like, it's so much better than Windows, and I'm like, it's not really. Like, no, it's not. It's like, how do you explain what the OSs are like? It's like, I don't know, like Windows is like, I feel like Windows is almost like a Tesla, in that it started off really like solid. They had some really cool stuff they were building, and then something just went wrong. And now it's just kind of a mess that barely functions. But it does still technically function most of the time. So at least it does, there's like a good product buried beneath mountains of awfulness, right? That's kind of how Windows is now, I feel. And then I guess Linux is just like, like some used car from the 80s that doesn't turn on most of the time. It constantly has problems, but sometimes it works, and when it does, it's not as bloated. I don't know. This is a stupid metaphor. None of them are exactly what I want. I kind of just want a car that drives. There are problems like, which file system should I use so that I can open my files in both OSs? Oh yeah, that's annoying. I've heard about BTRFS drivers for Windows and it supports it, so maybe I'll use it. I've never tried it, to be honest with you. I've just used the ext4. And I have a server that I've used, I think it's ZFS, I don't even remember the freaking name. But I've used other file systems on there. But on my desktop, I've just ext4, you know. And I've just accepted that I'm just not going to access it from Windows. I'm sure there's a way to. There's got to be drivers for it, but I just don't care. I'm just like, whenever I need a file that badly, what I've done is I just have like a partition that's NTFS, and the only purpose for that partition literally is just that it's a shared partition. So if I need to put something on Windows, I'll just copy it from Linux onto that partition, and then I'll just reboot, and there it is. It's stupid. It's not ideal, but that's what I've done, because you can use NTFS on Linux, right? That's supported, but it sucks. It's terrible. It's like, it works until it just doesn't. Like, have you ever tried to use Steam on Linux? It's shockingly good. It works super well. Like, I've been playing all my games in it. For the past, like, since November, I'm not even joking. I've been gaming on Linux exclusively, except for when I've been doing streams and like testing for mods and stuff that I have to develop on Windows, right? But with the exception of that, like, actually just I'm gonna sit down and play a game for fun. I've been doing it on Linux with Proton, and it's been really good. I've had a better experience than I've had on Windows, actually, because there's been less lag. Somehow, I don't understand how that's possible, but they've optimized it really well. It does some tricks that Windows can't do, because it's remapping the API to Vulkan, and so they take a bunch of like shortcuts when they do that. It's really excellently developed software. So it's like not perfect, but it's pretty good. But then the problem, right, the reason I bring it up, there's this weird bug in, like, I think it's Wine, but it's also part of Proton, because Proton's based in Wine. Anyway, where something about NTFS drives, I don't know what causes it, but like, if you have your games stored on like an ext4 partition, it all works fine, right? But if you have them on an NTFS partition and you try to play the game, things just don't work sometimes. There's a lot of really bizarre issues that I've run into. They're just like, what? Like Sonic Lost World, for example, has this weird issue where if you try to load it from an NTFS drive, it takes like 30 minutes to load. Like, I'm not joking. You're just like, oh, it froze. And I just assumed it always did, and I would just close it, and I just gave up. But one day, I don't remember why, I opened it up, and I had to get up and do something, and I just didn't bother closing it. And I came back like 30 minutes later, and it loaded. I was like, wait, it's working. Wait, it's working fine. What happened? And that's when I discovered that it actually works. You just have to wait an eternity. So there's some bizarre issue happening where all the file accesses are like ridiculously slow, and I don't know why that happens. If you put on an ext4, it works great. It loads fast, no problems. You know, it's just like Windows. But NTFS is cursed. So I absolutely would not recommend using like NTFS as like your boot partition or anything, or your home directory or anything like that, for that reason. But it kind of stinks that you can't, right? So, yeah, it's just, my position on the whole thing is just that, like, I just am at the point where I'm like, Windows, I think used to be great, now it's falling apart, and I don't like where Microsoft is going with it. Mac, I've never liked. I just disagree with a lot of what Apple is doing. Linux has always been this weird thing where it could be something great, it has a lot of the right ideas, but it just somehow never seems to quite get there. And it has all these issues and things. It's just like, why does no one fix that? And so it's so frustrating because I just feel like none of them do what I want. Hey Sonic Jason, how you doing? Tried using VS Code for C# and it's good, yeah, but... Oh, well, yeah. I read the rest of your post, but I'm just gonna say immediately, yeah, if you're using C#, it's like, nah. Like, for C#, you want to use full VS. For sure. It's night and day. Like, full Visual Studio is, like, incredible with C#. And with VS Code, it's kind of not really that good. It feels like you went back 10 years or something. But when you're using, like, C++, it's not that different, I found. Like, VS Code is kind of on the same level. Like, genuinely. There's not many features that I really find that I miss. Yeah, and in fact, I found the IntelliSense to work better in VS Code for C++. I don't know why, but the Visual Studio one seems to be more likely to just crash and stop working for no freaking reason. But the VS Code one works better. It's still not great. It still has a lot of problems, but it works better in my experience. So like, that's cool. C# though, it's just like, nah. It's just way better in Visual Studio. I'm good but tired, probably not going to be here long, so yeah, it's all good. I get that. It's been, you know, it's been some long days. See, this is exceptionally weird. I don't know why it thought it was an array. But anyway. So this should be correct then, but it's kind of weird how the sizing is of this. What's in the spectrum? So I've been looking at the services from that I was doing last week. Some more, I got a lot of them filled out into Geedra now. Not all of them, but a fair amount. And now I'm looking at some function. I don't remember what I'm even looking at anymore. I'm trying to figure out the some of the C collision stuff, because this is a huge amount of what I'm doing now is just the physics and the collision, so I'm like, would benefit me to figure this out. And then I got into a tangent about operating systems. So that's basically what's going on. Wait, that's the disappointer, so... here we go. Oh, I see, okay, so whatever this is, it's a pointer to something. And... yeah. Plus 40 from that, there's like a thing that when you dereference it, then you add this, and you get a virtual functions now, so... or a function pointer, I don't know. So it might just be this but inlined? It looks like that, doesn't it? Let's get some more water. Hang on a second here. Bro. Yeah, I don't know how long I'll stream tonight either because my throat's already like... Stop talking. But we'll see. So this dereferences the first thing there. That is completely incorrect. Like, wow. I think, yeah, I forgot if I named them like that or not before. Of course not. Of course he wouldn't automatically generate that. And why do you think that that's what that is? These are just not correct prems at all, but... Oh wait, never mind, they are. So this plus 3c, we get... Oh, that's probably the C physics world then. Right? That has to be what that is. I don't think I ever figured out what that type was. Okay, so this is just part of, it's up here. Okay, so remember how I was saying earlier that I should fill these types out? And then I was like, I don't know if I really need to do that. It's a waste of time. Yeah, it's not usually a waste of time. Okay, I don't know what that is. They pass in something. This is a lot of 32-bit values. Good grief, man. It's probably a bool, but I don't know. And then these are something that I'm not going to fill out yet because I'm lazy. This is a pointer to whatever that is. This looks like that as well. Sure. Probably a pointer. Also looks like a pointer. Okay, so one more thing. Like, what is that? It's kind of funny how it gets called with a param, but I don't know what the param is. Well, it's a something. It's probably a void pointer to, like, a pointer to something rather, but who knows? But we've determined this is probably a C physics world, and then this must be a pointer. So assuming that is in fact the case, it would be a pointer to a physics world implementation base, which is a long name. Let's see if we can find that in Colors Ultimate. while it's searching. With some water. This may sound dumb, but I'm gonna ask for clarifications anyways. Never mind, it was stupid. I mean, no worries. There's no stupid questions. Except for the ones that aren't. No, I'm kidding. I kid. Okay, I don't see anything called that in Colors Ultimate, so I don't know. Might have a different name or something. Hey, so like this. Hey, Malik, how you doing? I like how nothing about how I know nothing about coding at all, but somehow I always come back and watch your live stream even though I don't know anything about what's going on. Well, thanks. I mean, I appreciate it. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I try to explain it sometimes, but there's just a lot. There's just a lot to explain. Basically, what it comes down to is it's like a, you know, this is the colors code. It's a big jigsaw puzzle, and I'm trying to figure out how it all works. And hopefully someday we will. So this then would be, I think this, right here. And then it returns the result of that, so it's an overlap test of a sphere. That's what I think this is doing, but I don't know. That's just a guess. That's just a theory, a game theory. It'd be cool to figure this out too, actually, but hang on, what am I looking at in Colors Ultimate here? Yeah, this for a second. It would be cool to... I know you can't see the screen, by the way, hang on. This might take a minute for this to load, and I'll put the screen back on. I should have opened this before I started the stream. But what I'm trying to do is I want to look at the Colors Ultimate stuff again some more, and I want to see if I can write some code to just like hook part of this function and just tell me what the BF table is for this class, so I can figure out what the RTTI is. That'd be kind of sick. See, the problem is that I know the screen's still black. This program takes 900 years to load. So, if you want to talk about something else in the meantime... weirdly enough, even though I understand what's going on, the way certain files are structured makes me confused a lot when I tune into these. No, like, don't... don't worry about it. This is crazy. Like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's just... I mean, the whole premise is that I don't understand what's going on, and I'm trying to slowly figure it out, you know? So, don't worry about it. It's not like, it's not stupid questions at all. Okay, this is finally loaded. So, what I want to do here is find this function in Colors Ultimate. That'll be interesting, right? So, okay, this is actually pretty cool. Like, we figured out... Yo, what is this? Hang on. Get path. Yo, what is this? Param 2 is... Okay, so what's Param 1? See posture phantom spike. This is only part of that. Okay. No, don't use custom stored. Well, wait, that's obviously like a float then, guys. Like Idra, come on. You're better than this. So this is delta time. I assume. Does this calculate? I don't remember. I don't remember the order of these. I should really just write it down because I forget every time. It would probably be helpful to me to do that, so I think I will. It's so dumb, but I can't ever remember, so maybe I should do that. What's like a simple one? Did I do it for like edit? Yes! That's one that's got it pretty much mapped out. Okay, so the postures go like this. Get group ID, calculate, on enter, on leave, process message, and set up for change dimension. I remember this one from before. Alright, so these are like the functions that each posture has. Well, the virtual functions, right? And they go in that order. So then the second one is always calculate. Right. That's what I thought it was, but I just... And this is just like a step function. It just runs every frame, and it just has the physics and the delta time. And the point of calculate is just... It's just like an update function in Unity or whatever, right? It's just like, hey, use this class to just manipulate the physics of whatever this is a posture for. And use delta time, right? And just do whatever math calculations you need to do. So this must be part of the spike because it's only ever called there. Well, actually, I guess I shouldn't assume that, but it probably is. But I don't know what this one's called, so we'll just leave it like that. And it passed in more than just that one. Yeah, because they also passed in C physics and also the delta time, so they passed in all of it. Which is usually what Sonic Team does anyway. So part of like why I'm able to do some of this quickly is just because I've seen this 100,000 times before. Like the first time it was not fast. It's just like ROR2 for real. For real, for real. Out of curiosity, now that Colors Ultimate is out, would it be easier to port the code to that game, or was it botched so badly Lost Word is the only way? So, because like the thing is, right, Colors Ultimate already is a port of Colors, right? So like they took this code base and they like put that on other platforms. So I'm using Colors Ultimate a lot where I'm like finding like these functions are also in Ultimate, usually unchanged, right? The problem is that, yeah, Colors Ultimate is just so... It's just such a badly done port. Like, the biggest issue is that they... Basically, like, I'm not trying to be mean, right? I'm sure the devs tried their best, and they had to deal with a pandemic and a lot of weird stuff. But basically everything that they touched, and I'm not exaggerating, they screwed up in some way. Oftentimes in a major way. And it's just so broken. Like, the biggest thing is that the engine that Colors uses is like the Nintendo stuff for the Wii. And obviously they can't use that on PC and on the Xbox and the PlayStation and all that. So when they ported it for Colors Ultimate, they had to replace that engine entirely with something else, right? And they chose like so it's pronounced Godot, apparently. I don't know if people actually call it that or if they call it Godot, so I sometimes just alternate between whether I call it Godot or Godot, but you know what I'm talking about. The open source game engine, it's become popular recently. They decided to use that engine, which could have been fine. I feel like that was already a questionable decision because Godot is a great engine. Now, it had some growing pains. Like, I feel like no disrespect to the creators of it, we actually know some of them and they're really great people. But I feel like Godot got way better with like the 4.0 version. Before 4.0, there were some problems. And a lot of them have been fixed now. But it had never been used in a commercial game before. So, I'm just saying, if Sega contracted me to make a port of Colors for other platforms, I don't think I would have used Godot for it. I would have done something else. That would not have been what I would have done. So that was already kind of a questionable choice. But then they quickly found out it was going to be a lot harder than they thought when they agreed to port it, because they had no idea how the Wii worked or how this Nintendo engine worked, and it's very different from how most visuals and things work on modern consoles, right? Like, Wii was fixed function, so you had like all this, you could tell it like draw a whatever, and then they had presets where it could basically do that for you. Whereas modern systems are like shaders, right? You write a shader and it tells it exactly how to draw everything and what to draw. So it's just a different way of doing it entirely, and mapping everything over proved to be quite a challenge. So considering what they had to work with, I mean, they got the game to work, right? They got all the assets mostly ported over, and they got it to function. But it is very off from how it's supposed to look and run and feel, and there's just, to simplify it, the amount of problems is so high that I feel like the best way to fix it would be to just start over. Just port it again. And I don't have access to Sega's code, so this is the next best way to do it. But that's sort of what I've been trying to do. There's also the other approach, which is, can we just fix Colors Ultimate? And Blue Wolf has been trying to do that with Project Re-Rainbow, which I've thought is a very cool mod. So I've been helping Blue out with that as well. I've been writing code for Project Rainbow. So, we'll see where these projects end up going. Project Rainbow is shaping up to be very nice. But even like still, like, there's all these like things that like Blue asked me about, like, how can we fix that? And I'm honestly like, I don't know. Like, they screwed it up so bad. The biggest issues, I think, are like the audio. The audio is screwed. Like, I'm not trying to be mean or like dramatic, but I have never before in my life experienced another game that had audio problems so bad as the ones that Colors Ultimate has. I don't know how they even did it, because it uses Cryware still, just like the Wii version does. So it should have been a fairly easy thing to do, but apparently they just didn't know how Cryware worked, and they had to make it interact with Godot, which Godot doesn't interact normally with Cryware at all, right? And so they wrote their own code to do that, and they just screwed everything up. Like, it just plays sound effects in random ears, at random times, at random volumes. It's just horrible. And it gave me like migraine headaches the first time that I heard people play the game. I remember finding out that I was sensitive to audio then, because I'm like, oh my god, like it's so bad. So they patched that by simply making the audio mono, right? So now it just plays the same thing in both ears. So it doesn't cause migraines anymore, yay! But it's also mono in, a game that released in 2021, I guess? I don't remember when it released. So like, Blue would like to fix that. I'd like to fix it too. I don't know how to go about fixing that. You basically have to figure out how their entire audio code works and then like just replace all of it. And it's such a pain. So it's just things like that. That's like, if Lost World doesn't have that problem, it just uses Cryware the same way that Colors would, but it does it correctly. So you can just say play sound and it plays it. And it's all good. And it's just like, I feel like this is more what I want to do, but I've been contributing to both projects because I think both are very interesting to me. So sorry for the long ramble. But yeah, but so it's totally like possible to like fix up Alta a little bit, and that probably makes more sense, right? But I'm just kind of nuts. I know Last World, and I'm just kind of like, I like the idea of porting it into that too. I think both projects, we have similar but maybe a little different ideas about how, like, I think the things that I want for Project Rainbow and that Blue wants for Project Rainbow are not the same things that I want for Spectrum, right? So I think they're both going to be able to coexist. But we will see. So that's kind of my mindset. People generally don't care how it's pronounced, but yeah, Godot 3 was not a good choice for Ultimate. I agree. Which is unfortunate because it's really cool to see open source engines being used in commercial projects like that. But it was just like, you know, like, how about you just ask Sega for the Hedgehog engine? How about you just do that, maybe? Or, screw it, why don't you use Unity? Why the hell not, right? Why don't you just write your own thing? Because I know when I say that, it's like, that sounds really hard, right? I'm just telling them to write their own game engine, but it's like, no, I'm not telling them to write their own entire game engine. I'm telling them to write their own graphics backend for colors. That's all that I'm telling them to do, because everything else was already there. Like, the colors code already handles all the objects, it handles the physics stuff, it even handles talking to Cryware, it handles the audio, it handles the loading of the files, it handles the parsing of everything. It does everything. All you have to do is swap out the part that draws the graphics to the screen with the Nintendo proprietary stuff with your own API instead. Use like GL or DirectX or whatever, right? That's it. Like, if you know basic graphics programming, you could have done that. It wouldn't have been that hard, and it would have ran great. It would have been fine, but instead they're like, let's use Godot, and oh, let's tie everything to the Python code, and let's try to put Cryware into there, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, I don't really get why that decision was made. That would have been a perfect engine for some projects. It was not the one for that project. Anyway, there's the rant. Did have some problems? Yeah. They fixed most of them now. Like, Dario has done some really great work. I've been following what he's doing with it, and it's really cool. He's talked to me a lot about like how some of the stuff he's done for it. He's tried to kind of respectfully be like, I had to just make a commit where I deleted 14,000 lines of code because none of it was really that great, and then I just replaced it with 3,000 lines, and it does the same thing, but it's faster and better. And it's like, okay, cool. That's good. That's good engineering. Like, I'm glad to see that there's like some great engineering work going into it. But yeah, but what it's shaped up to be now, I think, has it's really looking solid. Like, I think Godot has a really promising future out of it. I don't know. It's really looking cool. But yeah, but the earlier versions had some really great ideas. Like, the node-based stuff was really clever. But I just feel like the implementation of some of it was not as great. So now they're fixing that up, and it's just becoming awesome. So if Blind Squirrel had waited a couple of years, maybe they could have used Godot and not had these problems. Yeah, he's working on Godot. I think I can say it. I don't think there's any reason. I'm pretty sure it's public knowledge, but I'm not sure. I think he gets paid to work on it. like full time. Last I heard, but because they get like sponsorship money, like people donate to Godot, and that money gets used to pay people to work on it like a full-time job, and it's really cool. It's like things are shaping up. It's becoming kind of like Blender, I think, in the sense that it's like an open source project that's becoming really good, that I think people will start to use. So I'm like excited for it. But yeah, he's been working hard on it and making some really great improvements. Like he basically completely removed the shader stutter not long ago. He had some committee made that was like, this is still in testing, this removes all of the stutter. And all the comments I saw were people who were like, I tried it and it's a miracle. It's completely redone. So it's apparently some good stuff. It's known cool, okay. Whew. I never know what I'm allowed to say, but I wouldn't have said it if I thought it was... But yeah, anyway. One of the most annoying things to fix is game dev's audio bugs. They are the worst things to fix and they can murder your ears. Yeah, they're... I know. I haven't done much with audio, but I've done a few. I've written a bit of audio code before, and yeah. That is not a fun thing to write. Well, it's fun until it doesn't work, right? And then you have problems like that, and you're like, oh no. Up to that point, it's not so bad. Anyway, so in the Spike Wisp, they call something that they have an overlap tester, I think is what this is. They're testing if the spike hitbox overlaps with something, which is probably just the the terrain, right? I don't know. Anyway, this is why I wanted to figure out those services, by the way. So like every time they say get service by ID, they pass in this value here, and now I've named several of them, right? So instead of this just being some arbitrary number that I don't know about, right? I can now see that it's C-Physics World's ID, so I can just say, oh, this is C-Physics World, right? I'll name it like that as well, to make it easier to read. Yeah, so they're doing the same thing here. So I think that that's what this does. I can't check this in Lost World though because the Spike Wisp isn't in Lost World. But they also get the side view here, which makes sense because Spike is only in 2D. So they get the 2D spline, and if the 2D spline is not null, then they check if you're on the ground, and whether you're on the ground or not, they use that for some calculation. I think this probably just pulls you towards the spline, if I had to guess. It's called by a lot of things, so I think that's probably what that does. Let's see, what is this? Okay, this is the result of some virtual function call, so I have no idea what that is. But it looks like it comes from the spline. So it's something they retrieve from the spline. And then yeah, so I assume this basically amounts to pull Sonic onto the spline, right? Because this is the posture for the spike, so it would have to account for the spline somehow. I think I'll put a comment that says something like that. It's something like, this seems to like pull the object onto a spline. Just so that future me can see that. Hey Luca, yo, what's going on? Finally been able to catch me streams again. How's everyone going? Yeah, it's been a while. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's going well. I don't know. We're doing more reverse engineering. I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Sound effects still pan heavily. They made the music mono, if I recall, for some reason. Maybe you're right. I thought they made all the audio mono, but they still have the issues with the volume levels and everything. Like, that's still there. It's just that now the issues are the same in both ears. So instead of it being really loud in one ear and really quiet in the other, it's either really loud in both ears or it's really quiet in both. So it still stinks, it's still horrible, but it doesn't cause migraines anymore. So that was good enough for them. One thing I'm interested in is doing one day is a custom file format for storing game data and calling it RAD just for the lulz. That's cool. Yeah, I've used RAD for a few too many names. I have like a few things that I'm like, what do I call it? How about just RAD whatever? And the reason isn't because I'm like, oh, I have to have my name on everything, you know, my username. The reason is because I'm just not very creative. So I'm like, I don't know what the frick to call this. I need to call it something. Let's just call it the RAD whatever. Alright. Send it out. That's fine. If I think of a better name later, we'll change it. But yeah, that's cool. No, like go for it, you know? It's cool to learn stuff like that. And yeah, for me, I find the best way to learn is by doing it. So, yeah. I'd say give it a shot. Glad to hear. How is the Colorless Lost World project going? It's going all right. Yeah, I mean, it's an infinite sea of of you know, reverse engineering, right? I have to figure out like just everything. But the way I think of it is it's like a jigsaw puzzle with 50 million pieces or whatever. But it's coming along, you know. I'm slowly figuring it out. The biggest thing right now is this C posture common. I've been saying this, but this is a function that I'm trying to like port over to Lost World. If I can get this whole function ported, honestly, a lot of this project is not going to be as bad as this. Like this, I think, is the hardest point because everything else kind of depends on this code. So this is really like what most of it is built upon. And the process of me figuring this whole thing out means I also figure out like almost everything else in the game. So that's why it's taking so long, but it's also why it's helpful. So yeah, so I think it's coming along well. This function, yeah, so I'm pretty confident then that is testing if these things overlap. So then, if that's the case, in Lost World, let me check this again. In Colors, they only call this twice. One of them is in the Spike Wisp. But in Lost World, they call it, well, actually it is 3 times. They call it an overlap test for push out, which is part of C collisions. That might be what that first function is. They call it in, oh, the bomb phantom, which is not in Colors, so there we go. Oh, this code's broken here. Anytime that there's paired single stuff, it's a nightmare. So here it goes. Whew. That is sorry, I didn't just got loud there. Get closest position along spline. Let's go. That's exactly what I thought that was. Oh geez, this is terrible though. Lots of math. Well, we shouldn't have to even re-implement this. So like, I don't know, right? But I assume that the Lost World version of the spline stuff is going to be basically the same as the Colors stuff, except if anything, actually a little better than the Colors code, right? Because Lost World has to deal with a lot more complicated types of splines than Colors does, because they have all the crazy 360-degree stuff. They have like the Mario Galaxy planets where you have to run around, you know, in a sphere. And they have to have the splines somehow work at any point along that planet at any speed. It's like, I know Lost World's kind of a mess of a game, but I do respect the engineering that went into it for sure, because there's some solid code. Like the fact that that game doesn't normally bug the heck out is kind of crazy when you think about it, because they're doing a lot of insane like math, like all these calculations that just, it kind of blows my mind that it works at all. Because it's like, oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, we can just have Sonic the Hedgehog run around at a fast speed, and he can do homing attacks and bounces and all that stuff along a 360-degree planet of any shape, really. It doesn't matter. We can do kind of slopes, I guess. Not really slope physics, but you can kind of spin dash off of slopes, and there's a little bit of momentum involved. And you can spin dash jump and all of that. We have it going along splines. We can go from 3D to 2D and back flawlessly. We have grind rails, and he has a cool bending animation even when you're on the rails. And we have parkour, where you can just climb up things on the side of things and jump from wall to wall. And somehow it works. It's like, wow, you guys are actually pretty good at programming. That's crazy. But then the game's just not super fun. But anyway, so I don't think we have to redo the spline stuff. I think a lot of it's pretty solid, honestly. I hope that we don't have to redo it because math is where I suck. So let's hope that their magic math that I don't understand just works. And if it doesn't, then frick. We'll have to figure that out too. Actually, I'm trying to go back and like get better at math. It's always been a subject that I feel like I just could do better at, you know? Like, I've done like some calculus and stuff, but it's been so long and I forgot most of it, and it's something that comes up surprisingly often in my daily life because I'm doing a lot of programming and a lot of game dev stuff, and a lot of it involves like angles and physics, and so many times I find myself going, oh, I want to do this thing, and I'm like, how? I don't know how people do that thing, and I just feel like if I was better at that, I would be able to figure that out much more quickly. So I'm trying to like dust off my old textbooks and whatever and just learn it again. I've actually been happy doing that because I've already felt like I've gotten a little better at some stuff just by trying. But I've got a long way to go. It's already progress. All is left is probably a level limiter to fix the audio issues or a limiter. You're talking about Colors Ultimate? I remember you already made Sonic feel a lot like he's in Colors from last time. Thanks. Yeah, I'm getting like closer each time, but it still has a long way to go. It's currently visually there's not very much that's impressive right now, right? Because part of the fun part too is that to get it to where I want it to be, I have to start by breaking things. I guess it's kind of like, imagine like you have an old house that's like, so maybe it's kind of falling apart and maybe there's like mold or something, I don't know, and you want to like fix it up and make it new again. The first step is actually to tear down the walls. You know what I mean? Like you need to like tear down a wall and then put up a new one to like clean up everything. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but that's kind of how I feel like this is. It's like I have to start by breaking the code from Lost World and re-implementing it, and then once I get my new code working, then it slowly comes back in and starts working again. So there's some things, if I load it up right now, that's like I can jump and then he just freezes and gravity doesn't work because I broke it. but I'm re-implementing that. So it's not very visually good looking yet, but it's like it'll come together. I need stuff about math as well, but it's confusing where to start. Yeah, right? That was my thing too. And like for a few years I've been thinking I wanted to do this, but I was just like, where do I... Because I was like, what level do I jump in at? And finally I was just like, dude, just look up like math course. Just do anything. Like it doesn't matter if it's something that you already know. Like, just do it again, right? Because it's not gonna hurt. Like, the only negative is that it's gonna be time that maybe you didn't need to spend, but like, it's gonna make you remember some things that maybe you got a little rusty on too, right? So it's like, it's all good, right? So that's finally what I settled on. So I've just been just like, alright, let's just freaking, let's just refresh ourselves on like, basic arithmetic again and go up from there. Why the frick not? There's no shame in it. And I'm just like reading things that I haven't read in years again. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That's how that works. It's kind of nice. I don't know. It's been helping. I know how it feels. I have to go back and study physics as well, and I've been having some trouble with some questions. Yeah, I have to learn if I want it to go well on a test in July. Oh, I wish you luck with that. That's really cool though. Like, it's always good to like learn stuff, you know? Like, like duh. Like I guess that goes without saying, but I feel like that's always a good use of your time, because even if you don't end up using everything from it, it's like you're probably going to use something from it, right? And I don't know, it just keeps you sharp. It helps you to learn other things more easily as well, I feel, because, like, I don't know, I feel like part of learning is actually just, this is going to sound silly, but it's just learning how to learn. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to train your brain, it's like a muscle, to be like, do you remember how to learn things? I don't know, it seems like the more that you learn, like, one topic, the easier it is to then go on to learning another topic, even if it's completely unrelated. There's just something about training it that helps, I think. I don't know. I've noticed that seems to be something that helps me. So I just am like, I don't even know if it matters if I use this or not. Just the fact that I'm doing something I think is good. So anyway, I think that's right on that you're doing that. I wish you luck with that test. And one thing I'm curious, Code uses NVIDIA's physics and Lost World uses Havoc, right? Yes. That's correct. Doesn't that make some discrepancies in the values of the game test? It does. A few things are different, and that's part of what I'm running into now. Trying to figure out how to map between the two things. So they have like a layer that sits on top of it. They have a class, like, it's not here, hang on. Yeah, they have a class called C Collision, for example, that handles all the player collision stuff. And they have all these functions that sit on top of it, right? And these call into, you know, Havoc or physics, right? So they can just say things like, you know, get up velocity, or, sorry, get up vector, right? Or get velocity. And it does whatever is needed internally to retrieve that, right? So that's cool. So a lot of it you can just map without really worrying about which engine they use, because you can just call this, right? But some things seem to be different. Like, there's some functions that they changed between the two games. There's some that they even removed, it looks like. So it's gonna be interesting. I might have to rewrite this, which would be a huge pain. But we'll see how much I can get away with not doing that. Hopefully I don't have to at all, but... Thanks, I really hope it goes well, but even though I'm quite nervous, but thanks, just need to train and take some more time preparing text. Yeah, I mean, I think you've got it. Like, I don't know. I think most of what matters in terms of learning something is just having the drive to just do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, will I put the time into this or not? That seems to be what it really comes down to. In uni we have to use UE5 for a project. I'm used to UE4, so I'm having to relearn how the UI works now. Yeah, I've never used UE5. So, and I wasn't that familiar with UE4 either. To be honest, I used it for a few things, but not a lot. They made some good changes to the interface between it, but some stuff is stupid. For example, they moved the compile button for scripts in UE5 to a small corner in the engine. And it's like, why are they trying to hide the ability to compile script? Yeah, that seems weird. Is it just because there's like a shortcut key for it? They just figured that most people just use the key? Or like, what's the logic there? It's nice to hear. I thought some values would have converted since it's a different engine. Best of luck. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, there might be some things that are different. I think it's mostly the same from what I've seen, but there are some things that are questionable. So we'll hopefully figure it out. Yeah. So the thing that I was looking at got lost. This was it. So this fix overlap function. This is part of C Phantom Bomb, And I've noticed something just now that I thought was really fascinating. It kind of looks like they actually copied a lot of the code from Spike to make the bomb wisp. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but it kind of looks like that. Because so this is some function from the Spike wisp, right? And yeah, this is the bomb wisp. So check this out, right? Is on ground. That one actually is in here, it looks like. But we have like, let me walk through it. There's like get path is 2D mode, and then depending on whether it's 2D or not, they do something here, right? The same thing is happening here. Get path, they have a check is if it's 2D. I think that gets inlined. I saw a 2D check somewhere, I swear, because I commented on it. Okay, I know it doesn't look that similar now, but I swear I saw a lot of similarities between these two. There was one function that I saw that I said, hey, that looks like it's pulling that along a spline, and then on the bomb phantom, they actually they do exactly that. Then they have this get P and T. I don't know what get P and T even means. That must be a spline thing. It's get P and T. That's what it's called. It's like position something? I don't know. But I can't believe I lost that function, but here it is. This is the one that I wondered about. Get closest position along spline. Except this one's really long, whereas this one's not so long, right? But it looks like it's doing that. So I don't know. It's just a guess. It might be completely unrelated, but it looks like I'm just seeing a lot of very similar function calls. I'm like, And it makes sense to me for some reason. Like, I feel like that's a logical thing that Sonic Team would do. Just remove the part of the code that makes it so that, you know, it climbs up the walls. I guess because people tend to use blueprints. You're probably right. That's probably what the logic was. Point normal tangent. Thanks. I appreciate that. Somehow I've never encountered that one before. I've just been looking at very different things, I guess. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Also, hi. How you doing? There's 3 of them. Oh yeah, that's what you said. Alright. It's just something I should have documented a while ago, so... Whoops. There it is. So that probably is in colors too somewhere, but I don't know if it's in this function or not. But that's interesting. So I was just seeing like what else calls this. So it's this function from C collision basically. It's this one that's from the bomb wisp, and then there's check clearance, which is part of what? Okay, the 3D drill, which is the one that's used underwater, I think, in Tropical Coast. So that also would not be in colors. So if this one only has 2 calls, and the second one is used by Spike. Then the first one is used by C collision. So I'm pretty darn sure that this function is what that is in colors. Because everything seems to line up, but I'm not sure because... Oh no, it actually does look like that. It looks like exactly that. Yo, okay. Sick. Oh, I hope that's what that is. Yeah, 4 vectors. Bro, let's go. That's freaking awesome. All this horrible, like, Wii U, you know, vector code aside, I don't know why it bugs out so much on... Because it's so weird, right? Because this is the same... Like, if I go to, like... Yeah, like, this is a function that uses the paired singles, right? And you can see it, like, decompiles beautifully. Like, it works great. But for some reason, the Wii U extension for Gitra, even though it apparently uses the same base as the Wii extension, it just doesn't handle these correctly. And it just freaks out and writes this monstrosity, completely unreadable nightmare. So, I mean, it's better than it used to be in the sense that it doesn't... At least it disassembles them now. It didn't used to disassemble them either. So that was terrible. But now at least we can see a disassembly. But the decompilation is a disaster. I don't know why it's not on the Wii. It's so... There must be some code in the Wii version that is not being used in the Wii U one. I'd like to copy that over so we could get that clean decompilation on the Wii U as well. That'd be kind of sick. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't like... I don't think I said anything, but I did see your message. I'm sorry. I meant to get back to you. I didn't have a chance today. But I saw your tweet. It's really I thought it was really cool. I actually showed it on the stream. I didn't know that object was left over in colors. Like, that's sick. I've always kind of wondered, right? Like, I know this is silly, but there's always been a part of me that would love to try to, like, see how possible it is to port some of the HD Unleashed stages to the Wii. Because, like, well, that's crazy. Because, you know, they're huge. But I wonder how far you could go with, like, you know, subdividing the meshes, right? Making them low poly. Turning down the texture resolution. Like, I wonder, right? You're not going to probably get Django Joyride or Eggman Land. You know, those are just huge. But, like, I wonder if you get Windmill Isle, right? I don't know. That's kind of weird, but when you showed that comparison between the camera objects, that just reignited my interest in that. I'm like, ooh. I'd really like to see that for some reason, like a proper Unleashed. You know what I mean? Anyway, I think it's really cool what you're doing with the objects. Yeah, so in Lost World there's an extra param that they pass in called the collision catch. In Colors they didn't have that yet. But otherwise this is like the same thing. Right? Because there's like this pointer, there's vector 3, there's a float, another vector 3. Same thing. Just this one also has the collision catch. So that has to be what this is. That's really cool to me. I don't know why, just you can see like what they added. So then there's also another function in the Wii version. For some reason, I don't know why. They add both of these numbers together that they get from this, and then they pass that in as the scale. Whereas in Lost World, they just get the offset length, and that's all they do. So I assume... I mean, these two functions, I guess, put together must basically be the equivalent of get offset length. So I don't know, like, what this is about. Because I don't know what this is. On the Wii U, it's like C collision. This seems to be something that's part of C collision? I don't know what it is. But it gets a float, they add these two things together, they do vector 3 scale. And then an add and a copy, that's all the same. Scale, add... I double-clicked that by accident, sorry. Add and copy. And then they do, looks like get radius. But I think it's different, again, different implementation on Colors for some reason. they do a copy of this float, except here they store it in... I think they probably do that here too, but I can't see. They do another vector copy, they do the test, and then looks like yet another copy if the value is less than... Wait, no, why? Why is T not working? That was weird. Okay, so they added some other condition to this. When they destruct it. So it's basically the same, it looks like. But it just looks like they changed a few things in Lost World. Which makes sense because, again, they changed some physics things, like they made it use Havoc, and they made it work with 360 degrees, and, you know, crazy Mario Galaxy planets and whatnot. Oh, they made a typo. Oh, good. Oh, good. Thanks, Sonic Team. They do that a lot. Check push out by older lap and sweep. Bless their hearts, they're trying. The 4 vector 3s and a uint. Yep. So that is probably what this is too. We will find out. Oh yeah, that is. Yo, look at that. Oh, dude, we figured it out. Let's freaking go. Let me just go through this because maybe I can discover some more stuff from it. So we do a road. Yeah, we do overlap test for push out. Okay, this uses. That's kind of weird. Maybe it doesn't use that value. Does this even use it? It must. Actually, I don't know. Because this is a virtual, this is like a call. So I don't know, these sometimes get screwed up. I'm not actually sure if they use that value or not. Because this says it uses R8. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, I guess it might make sense. Yeah, wait, okay. Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, sick, okay. I just had that wrong the whole time. So, oh, look at how similar this is, it's crazy. Overlap test for push out. We do a rotation. We do a vector add that this also has a copy, but that just got optimized differently. All this nonsense code. Am I missing something? Okay, so the Wii U one just does a copy at the end. This calls some other function and then does some other stuff. So this might not be the same, because I don't know what this is. So wait a minute, did they... Let me check this. Okay, so... It looks mostly the same, but they took this one thing out. And they simplified this logic. So I'm not sure if that's actually the same or not. I think that this is the same function that they just changed in Lost World. Like, knowing Sonic Team, I think that they just removed this. I think this was probably just some overcomplicated logic to try to push Sonic out of the collision or whatever. And they just determined that that was not necessary to do, so they just got rid of it. Because, like, what even is some of this, you know? Yeah, they're doing something with the shapes here. The collision shapes. And it looks like they're pushing him out. But it looks like they just don't do that. I think it's because this is check push out, whereas this is probably more like push out. Like this probably, like, it doesn't just check it, it also does it, right? So maybe there's an equivalent to this part in Lost World 2 somewhere else? So what's up with these? This might be kind of what I was talking about. Oh, that looks different though. But this just gets called laying and this also gets called here. Okay, it's part of the drill wisp. That kind of makes sense. Maybe they use that for... I don't know. Like when you bump into the wall or whatever. So this is used in C posture common. Nice. Which makes sense. But I think... Let me get this name too. This is long. Like, jeez. C physics, C collision. This is something that Beecher probably didn't auto-create. I just hit down. Yeah, output. Okay, somehow it created that one, but not the input. So I'm just not gonna bother. At least they gave it a name. And I don't know why it thinks it returns that. Maybe it does. I highly doubt that. It doesn't look like it does. Okay. So it looks like in colors they just call the simplified one. Yeah, they don't call anything else, they just call this directly. But in Lost World they do a more complicated thing, which makes sense. Because they have to account for more stuff in Lost World. So you can make Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. That's pretty funny, right? To say that, like, guys, I'm making Sonic Unleashed for the Wii, and people are like, you know that that's a thing already, right? Yeah, but I think that'd be really cool. Just like, how far can you port HD Unleashed into colors on the Wii? Like, I would really love to make it run on a real Wii. You know what I mean? Just see how far you can push it. Obviously, it's not going to look like HD Unleashed, but could you get mostly the same level in there, but just simplified, right? Like that, like, I just love the idea of that. It sounds like such a fun project. Someone's making Unleashed for the 3DS. I heard about that. I saw a video of it. It actually looked kind of interesting. Like, I think it's using Unity, you know, but it looks, I don't know, it has kind of a neat charm to it. Does the code change on the architecture of the CPU? Yes, it does. So the Wii and the Wii U both use PowerPC, right? So between colors on the Wii and Lost World on the Wii U, the architecture doesn't change. But Lost World on the PC obviously uses x86, right? So yeah, when you're going from colors or Lost World on the Wii U to Lost World on the PC, it changes architecture. So you can't, yeah, so some of these things you have to like kind of translate the instructions as well, but usually we don't have to write like assembly, right? When reverse engineering a game, would it be a good idea to use a prototype? It depends, right? So let's see, it's South Park: The Stick of Truth. It has an early PC proto with symbols that could be used in reverse engineering it. Yeah, that helps. If there's something, you know, left over, Sorry, for a second I was like, is the music playing? If there's something left over in the prototype that's useful, that isn't in the final version, then yes. Absolutely. Otherwise, I don't know. Because obviously the addresses for things are going to be different between the prototype and the final release. So if your goal is to like modify the final release, then if there's no extra useful data in the prototype, then it's kind of like, why go out of your way to find it twice, right? Because you just have to find the value in the prototype and then find it again in the final build. But if you have something useful like symbols, then yeah, that's just useful, because you don't have to find it twice. You use the symbols to just pretty much immediately jump to what you want, and then you go, okay, this is the layout of things. I see what the names are, I see how it works, so let's look for something inside this function or whatever that I can search for in the final version, and you can do that and you will probably find it, and there you go, and you just saved yourself hours right, by doing that. So that would be very useful, yeah. Symbols are like a godsend. Like, I have symbols for Lost World on the Wii U, which is why the only reason that this project is a thing that I'm even attempting. Because if I didn't have them, it would just be like, this is crazy. Like putting a lower poly version of the HD stages in Unleashed, colors in the Wii, or like trying to port the whole HD version. Just like putting lower poly versions of the stages. I wouldn't try to like put the werehog in the Wii or anything. Just because I don't, even for me, there's a limit. I don't particularly want to try to do something like that. But porting the levels would be fun, I think. Because you can just be like, oh, you know, just have them up in like Blender or whatever, or 3ds Max or whatever, and just try to be like, let's see, how can we reduce the polygon count? I think it would be really cool to just start with the collision. Just like simplify the collision even more, maybe. I don't know how simple it is in Unleashed. Get that working with physics, right? And just have like, just don't even have the rest of the terrain at all. Just have the collision, try to get the music, try to get the objects, right? And the splines. See if you can get the whole stage working with that. You should be able to, right? There shouldn't be any reason you can't do that. And then if that all works great, then just try to slowly port over the terrain like one piece at a time, making it as optimized and low poly and whatever as you can without making it look too bad, and just see how much you can get in before the Wii starts to lag. Right? Like, I think that would be a cool project. That could be interesting. Maybe the objects on the stage would have to be reduced, but it'd be interesting to see how you port the stage and lighting. Yeah, that's what I'm fascinated by. Because like the GI would be really challenging, I think. Because you can do GI on the Wii, they do it in colors, right? But if I'm not mistaken, the Wii has, I thought it was 128 megabytes of RAM. Like, total. So you don't exactly have a lot of memory to work with. But you can squeeze a surprising amount of visual fidelity out of that. So it's like a fun challenge. It's like, how much can you do with the Wii? I wish Unleashed Wii was on 3DS. See, that would be really cool, actually. It feels like that would be something that would be technically possible as well, right? Like, it feels like the 3DS should be able to handle a game like that. If you turn it down, you know, made it even lower poly, made some more changes, you could probably get that to run decently. But, you know, that's assuming that you're dimps and you have the source code. If you don't have the code to Unleash on the Wii, don't even try. There are limits. There are a lot of builds for TOS, so I thought I could be helpful if, like, there's an early 360 proto, which has a lot of the game files, like raw XML before they encoded it. Yeah, no, that is really useful, stuff like that. Stick of Truth is like the one game I know a lot about when it comes to modding. For some reason, the final game is limited to 30 FPS, but the engine can handle 60 FPS just fine. It's weird that they cap. Also, fun fact, it's built on top of Dungeon Siege 3, at least the base engine they used. That's really cool. Yeah, no, like, I mean, having like one game that you're really like good at modding, like you know your way around it, it's really cool. It's cool to have like a niche like that. I don't know. Like, cause otherwise it's just kind of like, what do I do? You know? So it's really cool to have something you can just be like, oh, this is what I know. This is what I'm comfortable with. Like, that's sick. Devs doing hastened stuff afterwards, porting object layout would be easy, and then collision in the longest part of strain models. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, so I mean, I think the Wii tools are still kind of rough. Like, I know there's like Brawl Box and stuff, but you know, I don't know. I feel like it would be better. We could have tools that would make that more easy. But short of that, I feel like that'd be very doable. The other thing that's a huge pain though is getting it to work in Dolphin is one thing, right? But I'd like it to work on the actual Wii, right? And so to make that happen, you'd have to be able to, you know, like test it on the Wii. And the fun part with that is like, there's no like CPK redirect or whatever for the Wii, right? So you have to just replace the whole CPK on the SD card every time, I guess, and that just stinks. I've actually done that before, just for fun. I got like custom set data running on the Wii, and it felt weirdly awesome, like because that's a game from my childhood, and it was just like, bro, it just feels like magic somehow. It's like, I don't know. I had like my childhood Wii, and I put the original disc that I still have in there, and I had my SD card, and I load it up, and it has custom set data. It's just like, bro, that's so cool. Like, something about it. But, yeah, but it's just like, how would you distribute a mod like that, right? I wouldn't want to, you know, have the whole game be uploaded as a CPK. I don't like that. So it'd be nice to like have some equivalent to CPK redirect, where you could just have like a thing that like loads up at the beginning that just is like, patch the files at runtime, you know. But good luck doing that on the Wii. I know it's possible, but I don't know how to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you would just have to have some code run at the very beginning somehow that just steps in and says, okay, patch the address right here and make it do this instead, right? Just hooks a function. If you could just do that, then you could get it to work. GI would have to be lower res, for sure. It'd be interesting to see how to adapt it to colors. I feel like a lot of the GI you'd probably have to just get rid of too, right? Because if I remember correctly with Unleashed, they have a lot of GI on... Like, there's like a lot of like small models that have like GI, and some of them are like in the background or whatever. And so I feel like you just don't need all that. Like, that's just a lot for the Wii. Like, things like buildings that are in the background should probably just be like a flat texture, right? Like, you probably don't want to be wasting your precious polygon count on stuff like that. But it'd be cool to see how far you could... I feel like you could probably get it to go pretty far and get some pretty impressive looking results. Also, like, Windmill 1, for example, that's a stage where I feel like you can make the visual fidelity actually a little better than most, because the stage isn't long, it's really short. Right? So because it's so short, it's like, I don't know, I feel like you have more polygons to work with. Because you don't have to think about, oh, I have to stream in the whole level somehow. It's like, well, you can have an area that's kind of more taxing, but it's like a 15-second long. I don't know. I would also be interested to see if you can get imported as Sonic Resolve, since PC could be much higher fidelity. Oh yeah, on PC you could just make it look... I mean, there's really no limits, you know? You could just make it look straight up like Unleashed and just be like, requirements, you know, RTX 4090. You just need that to play this mod? No, I'm kidding. Obviously, it wouldn't need to be that bad. But yeah, but you can go as far as you want with PC, which is cool. One thing that comes to mind is the good luck with Jungle Joyride. Exactly. Yeah, Jungle Joyride would be such a fun challenge, though, because I don't know if it's even. I don't know. Is that even? Do you think that's even feasible at all? Because, like, Jungle Joyride and Eggman Land, I feel like those are the two that's like, good luck. Good luck, buddy. It's maybe if you get rid of, like, all of the foliage, right? And you make the trees, like, really simple. Maybe. I mean, they have Jungle Joyride on Wish, obviously. It just looks completely different. But, like, you know, you can... There's no reason you can't have a jungle level. It just has to be low poly, right? And not have a lot of, you know, effects going on. So, I mean... Because that's what makes it lag. The other thing, though, of course, is that, like, the water running is... I don't know, right? Does that work in 3D in colors? Because I don't... Has anyone ever tried that? Because there's like a 3D section, there's a glitch in Aquarium Park where you can get into 3D in the 2D section. Can you boost on the water when you're in 3D? I don't know if you can. I don't think I've ever tried it. So if you can do that, I wonder, can you drift? If you went into a drifting section, like if you set one of those up, would that work? I doubt it. I want just, how far can you push it, right? That's the challenge. With code injection, you could do that. You could make it like, oh, actually change how that works, and you can make it work more like Unleashed. And you'd have to do some code injection, I think, anyway, because you need to do some CPK redirection, or else everyone has to download like a 2 gig file, so that would stink. So if you're doing that anyway, might as well, right? Might as well be like, alright, screw it, we're gonna change how the 3D water running works. That would be fun. If I ever have any free time without having 70 million projects going on at once, that's one thing on the bucket list. That would be really cool to do. I thought Colors had similar GI? Yes, it does. It's similar, but the thing is, like, they turned down the amount of textures a lot. Like, I feel like Unleashed has like 1,000 GI textures, but on Colors it's kind of like, there's not as many. They use like an atlas, and they try to like combine a lot of them into one small image and just, they don't overdo it. Yeah, Moonwire would be really, or Jungle Joyride would be really interesting to see how it could handle on the Wii. I agree. Would it be possible to rip the stage sets from the Wii Unleashed and remake the whole HD stages in those sets? I mean, not a bad idea to like see if you could borrow some stuff from the Wii version and kind of like, yeah, like, I mean, I wouldn't want to do that for the whole level, but something like maybe replacing some trees, for example. Like maybe you could replace some trees with like the low poly trees, you know? Maybe. It'd be worth looking into. I remember it being possible to boost in the water in 2D in Colors Ultimate. I don't remember if it's possible in 3D. Releasing Dolphin code to have Sonic activities underwater, but I don't know about water running. Yeah, I've seen it in 3D and before, but I haven't seen water running, I don't think. It didn't look like there was any part without GI and Colors. No, they did a great job. Part of what Colors does is they use vertex colors for a lot of stuff. So like, the actual floor that you're running on is usually GI, but everything else, like the background details on the walls and stuff, it's usually just vertex colors. There's usually no GI. So it's a really good trick because it looks great, but it uses a lot less memory and everything. It's just really... Colors is just such a well-made game, in my opinion. Like, I feel like it's just such a technically well-done game. And then like a blind squirrel came along and just screwed it up. It's like upsetting to me. Alright, well I got distracted because I was genuinely interested in that topic. But at some point, so I figured out this function. Oh, it's right here. Four, 7, 6, 2, 8. So what the frick is this? Oh, that's this. Okay, so then after that, I just put a to do here. And what's this about? Right, what's all this? He's on ground. That's like lower down. Oops. Alright, so that's here. Okay, so this is way farther up. Almost done with this OST. Oh, it's like the next line. Yo, let's go. That's so nice to just have that already be part of Lost World and not have to think about that. Oh my goodness. Well, I shouldn't say that because it might not operate the same way because I saw that the code was a little different. So hopefully I don't have to end up porting this by myself. Also, I don't know what this uint is. It's probably like flags. So I don't know if this is like the same value or not. Maybe I could check how they use this in Lost World and see if I don't know what that value is. I gotta find the address for this on the PC version too, but that's not gonna be hard. Yeah. We gotta fill in this address. So we'll find that. I guess I should do it now. Why not? So again, this gets called by that, which gets called by this. Is it called by anything else? It's called by update move, which is a huge function. And it's called by update move holding ground. Okay, maybe we will look into that. Let's get some more water. Lost World 3DS actually uses a bunch of stuff from the Wii U version completely. Just usually all in one texture. It's actually pretty cool. Because that's like a very different platform, you know? It's pretty cool that they were able to reuse some stuff. I think the buildings from the HD stage would take a lot of polygons. Yeah, I agree. That and all the interactive objects like the boxes and the vases. Yeah, like the houses from Rabbitohs and Spagonia seem to be quite high fidelity with a lot of details like when it's being modeled. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so like that's the thing though, right? I think there's a lot of really great opportunities to take that stuff and just dumb it down. Like that's what I mean when I say how far can you push it? How far can you reduce the polygon count and everything without changing how it looks so much that it's really noticeable, right? Because obviously if you're going to stop and you're going to walk up close and you're going to look at the building, you're going to notice that it's lower poly, right? But when you're running through the stage fast, like you don't even really notice a lot of the detail in Unleashed anyway when you're moving that quickly, because it's just, you're just moving too fast to see it. So how much can you remove without making it really look any different? Like that's kind of the question that intrigues me. Probably a lot, right? You can probably get away with removing most of it and still having it look pretty good. It's tricky because if it also messes with UV, so GI might not look as accurate. Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe it would be good to just redo it. Like, just redo the GI. I don't know. I know that's obviously easier said than done. But it would probably be easier than trying to keep the UVs working. Because if we're going to change the model anyway, that's going to change how some of the GI might even map in the first place, right? Maybe assets from the ST version would be a good reference. Yeah, I agree. Because I feel like a lot of them are probably based on the same... Some of them are probably based on the same HD assets, right? But just... They just toned it down. Sorry, I forgot from what I was freaking looking for. Here it is. So I know about update distance to ground. So we'll go from that one. Or wait, no, it should be update. Let's do update move. Even though it's a massive function, I think that might be the best one. Actually, update move holding on ground might be fine too. Okay, so if it is on the ground, then we do update move holding on ground. Otherwise, we do update move. Let's see. Let's actually do this one. Why not? Oh. The music's not cutting out for y'all, right? Because I think it's just my headphones. They just keep cutting out and I'm like... Bro. Alright. So I thought... Oh yeah, they call another function. Okay, it's probably in this one. Yeah, this is huge. What was the name of it again? I don't even have that mapped. Where's this at? It's like one of the last things. It's on. Its music seems fine. That's good to hear. Yeah, so it's just my headphones being dumb. Cool. The music's really fitting considering I just fixed a bug. Yo, it's like Discovery. Like, the music encompasses, like, discovering the answer to the complicated problem. It's awesome. Appetize like one would be a great proof of concept part if anyone ever tries something with it. Yeah, I agree. I think that'd be really interesting. Well, it'd be a really cool project to do because in order to accomplish that, you would need to figure out a lot of stuff and you need to have a lot of tools, right? Because you need to know enough about how colors works to do basically everything, right? And you need to have like a way of porting over models and, you know, everything. So it'd be a cool thing to do if I ever wanted to like develop headshit out for colors. Because I could just be like, day number 1, we're going to try to port the models. Problem number 1, we don't have a way of porting the model. What we do with Roblox. But it'd be nice to like develop tools and then use them for the project and like do it iteratively like that. Like, I don't know. Alright, let's see if we can get this to work. This would be... I might stop soon, actually, because my voice is like giving out. But this... We're not too far from what I think would be actually maybe good stopping point, but we'll see. Because I figured out more than I thought that I would, even though I blobbed most of the stream. This song is so good, by the way. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? I'm in the wrong window. So at the end, set position, here it is. I guess this must be... That's ticket service by Raycast. I should fill that in now. Because I think later I'm going to want to fill that into my code. This just all gets inlined. Check push out by Raycast. Okay, it's close to what we want. We'll fill that in too, though. I think that's what that is. If it is on ground, it does this, otherwise it calls this function. This is slow. Okay. It's this, otherwise it calls this. I think this is what that is. Get up vector. Most annoying part, with no quick way to test everything would take much longer. Oh yeah, absolutely. It wouldn't be so bad in Dolphin or with Color's Ultimate to do that, because you could probably develop a thing to make it really easy, like quick boots or whatever. But with doing it on the actual Wii, yeah, you'd have to copy and boot it up every time. So I think what would be good to do is, like, you know, most of the testing would be on Dolphin or whatever, but whenever you do something that might, like, impact performance in a big way, then try it again on the Wii, right? So you just like try it out every once in a while on the Wii, just to make sure that it's still working good. And not a Wii U either, right? Like I want to do it on the Wii. Not that it should make any difference. I believe the Wii mode on the Wii U limits the power of the hardware to be accurate. But it's just cool to just have it be completely accurate, you know? I got lost. Okay, so yeah, that's get up vector, I think is what that is. This is on ground. Okay, so up here. Okay, this is the function that we're looking for. At least it should be. Physics collision input and output. Okay. And then it calls this function twice, but they probably optimize that differently on PC version, right? This is probably what I'm looking for. Yeah, that looks like it. Let's go. This song gets you hacked every time. Oh geez, it completely messed up the... There we go, 4 vectors. I kind of miss this Sonic. I do feel like Frontiers kind of started to bring this style back a little bit, which is nice. But yeah, it's... That's just cool. Anyway, this is the function that I'm looking for. Let's go. Yeah, what's wrong with this? Because it's const. Oh, that just doesn't exist, apparently. It's weird. 2 to 5 a.m. seems like the most productive time for me. No, I get that. It's quite the curse. Or like time to sleep, and then your brain's like, but wouldn't it be awesome if we just didn't do that tonight? Gosh, this is so well done. Like, I've heard this song a million times, and it's just like, dude. Pull that up a little bit. That might be, I don't know, it's hard to tell if it's too much. Despite living in England, I think my sleep schedule is another time zone. Just kidding. No, I get that. It's embarrassing sometimes. It's like, oh, he must live in, you know, some time zone that's like, I don't know. Surely it wouldn't be the time zone that he actually lives in, because that would mean that it's 4 in the morning. That would be crazy. If he was programming at 4 in the morning. It's not that crazy, actually. Ah, this is cool. Alright, so... just copy all these values. I think maybe that is... Be 5 in the morning? Oh, I didn't mean the actual time zone, sorry. I meant, like, I just meant that I'm, like, I often send a message to people, and it'll be, like, 4 in the morning in my time. And I always feel like people probably just assume that I'm from a different time zone. But, no. No, I just get no sleep. I'm working on it, though. Hey, T-Sister, how you doing? Just tuning in at 5 a.m. in Britainland? Nice. It's funny that I was just talking about the time zone. I figured I'd tell you for no particular reason. That's based. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's good to see you all. It's 5:15 in the morning right now. Let's go. At that point, I mean, just start the day, I guess. You know? I kid, but... Okay, this is, this takes in a vector. Yeah, it takes in a vector 3 that it got from this, and it takes in a float, and it computes a new vector 3 as output. Oh yeah, I already... Actually, the float's output too, never mind. So what the frick is that? I don't know. And then the vector that it gets from that it passes into is land enable ground to gravity world up, which is not a mouthful at all. Okay, so let's check this one first. So how did I determine that that's what that was called? Like, where is that even used? I don't know if I can do Dear My Friend either. I'm sure it's probably fine, but they've just been getting weird with the vocal themes lately, so well, this doesn't even get called in Lost World, so why did I even think it was that? Oh wait. Yes, it does. I just copied the wrong address. My bad. What's this, by the way? Update rotation. My sleep schedule's also messed up. I wanted to fix it, but if I do, I wouldn't be able to do a lot of stuff because of the heat of the day. Yeah, I understand that, actually. Yeah, just like the heat also messes with me. For me, I've got the problem where I can't sleep when it's warm, like genuinely. And I have like a fan, you know, I have like multiple fans. I've got AC, but I'm just, it'll be like 60 degrees outside, Fahrenheit, right? And it's not hot, right? But for some freaking reason, it's just too hot for me in this room. I think it's just something about the room that I'm in. It just traps too much heat or something. But I'm just like, dude. So it has to be like around there I can sleep, but it's sometimes it's still a struggle. But if it's much above that, it's like it's just too hot. And I don't get why the frick I'm like that. It's kind of annoying. But so my thing has just been kind of like, try to go to sleep. If you can, awesome. If you can't, then just do something else. No, I don't know if I can play that. I probably can. It's probably fine. I don't know. I should probably save 06 for later, right? So I don't freaking know what I'm gonna do. Any suggestions? Can always go back to this for now. Do you have your PC and switch on all night? I put it to sleep. There's like a sleep feature in Windows. I won't actually do it because that will stop the stream, but it's this, right? Dangerously close. And so it's not off, but it's basically off. The only difference is that, like, it doesn't really draw hardly any power, but the startup is really fast. So you just hit power and it comes on like a second, and then all your programs are still up, just how you left them, which is nice. Oh, you were asking because of the heat. Well, I do have a lot of stuff in here. I have like a server running in my room, so probably that's part of the contribution to the heat, yes. But it was hot even before I had that. I think it's just It's just it's on the edge where like the sun hits. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like just where it's positioned, it's just, I think, is what the problem is. Because the rest of the house isn't so hot. Not being able to use some electronics to study because they could break if used in high temperatures. Yeah, that's no good. Yeah, I don't think it's actually like that high temperature usually. In here, it just feels like it is. I think it might also just be me. Like, I think there's just something kind of screwed up with my, like, temperature regulation or whatever. Well, because I don't know if this is a weird thing to talk about. I don't know if it's, like, bizarre or whatever. But, like, my hands and sometimes my feet get very red. like, very visibly red. And to the point where I've had a few people be kind of like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, sorry. I don't know why it does that. It's just when I get hot, which happens pretty easily." I've like asked about it, and no doctor has been concerned. So I'm just like, okay. It's probably fine. For some reason, it's gotten better lately. I don't know. It's been since I was a kid, though. It's really weird. I don't know. So I do actually think there's just like, maybe I just have kind of poor circulation or something. I don't know. But I think it's gotten a little better as I've been trying to work out more and stuff. Ah, it's weird. But I do think that's actually why I like overheat. I don't overheat, it's just that I'm uncomfortable. That's all that it is. Took me a while to realize, wait, that's why my room is always hot. Yeah, well, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It certainly contributes to it, because when I have stuff off and I have, like, the door open for a while, it usually cools down. But when I'm sleeping, I don't usually have anything on. Other than, like, the server that I mentioned. But I don't know. It was like that before that, too. I can't ever open a window, so they get yelled at for having open while air conditioning's on, even though I couldn't tell. Yeah, that makes sense. That's frustrating. Here's not much better. Sometimes it's so hot that even the air feels hot, like you're in an oven. I've had it get to that point, but it's not usually that bad. Thankfully, because that would be kind of... Okay, so I can't really implement this until... yeah, do I figure this out? Max slope for update move. Fascinating. Here's update move. Well, this doesn't look like what I was looking for. What about this? Update pitch and roll, huh? No, this isn't it either. What I'm looking for is like an equivalent to that function call. Oh, push out for movable. That's kind of like what this does. Oh, in Lost World, they have this function that apparently just does nothing. Cool. So that probably did something in colors. Or else why would they just add a function that does nothing? I had a TV that it broke because it was so hot. Oh my goodness. That's really hot. And it's something get really hot to the point where even with a fan, all it would do is push hot air. Oh, that stinks. Yeah, it's not usually that bad for me, thankfully, but there have been some hot days, like in the summer especially. It gets kind of bad. But yeah, I've never had anything break from overheating. That's pretty bad. Thankfully the summer's over, but I'm not looking forward to the winter. Well, yeah, I understand that. Speaking about TVs, turns out the TV I had as a kid is a rare CRT. It sells at a very high price. Whoa, but we threw it out. Oh. Dang. That stinks. You never know what's valuable. It's always things that... like that, where you might not expect it. So I don't, like, know why I thought this was that function. Because Vector 3 Transform is land enabled ground. What made me think that? Because it looks correct! Yeah, it looks correct. You can see the parameter is different in between these games, but that looks definitely correct, but like, what? How did I freaking discover that? Also, that kind of confused me because it looked, I think the colors code maybe looked cleaner than the Lost World code for a second, which is nuts because Lost World has symbols. So like, what did I find where I was like, oh yeah. I don't know what songs to do. What was that long function? No, it's not that. We're looking for this. Trying to see, because somehow I found this somewhere, and I determined that, I found this function in Lost World, and found it in colors, and I determined that it looked like the same thing. Somehow. So how did I freaking do that? Did I just do it based on... I think I might have just noticed that this was C physics and this was a vector 3, and so I just looked at all the C physics things that take a vector 3. That's probably what I did. I mean, that's correct. Like, that's... I got it right, it looks like, but I'm just I'm like, how did I get it right? What did I do to figure that out? It was a Lightning McQueen CRT TV? Oh, I can see that going for a lot, yeah. Yeah, that's a fair amount. Besides that, TV I grew up with a special character or something, and I just didn't have it. Just because it has value for other people. Yeah, I get that. It's kind of weird, again, like stuff that has a value. Like, this is the only thing that seems like it could... Unless what's this? Like, update pitch and roll. Yeah, but... Well... So, why was I even trying to figure that out? I think, oh, it was because I was trying to see if I could figure out what this function was. That's right, okay. So I don't know what this function is, but let's see if we can just guess it. Because, so it takes this vector 3, and from that vector 3 it computes this vector 3 and this float. So that's like really weird. I don't know what the frick that is. And also it returns a bool as well. So this isn't the return value, this is just an out param. It's weird that it's structured in that order. But, so yeah, this is a float. It's just 0. If it's less than that value, we do all of this. Otherwise, I mean, maybe I could just re-implement this. I don't know if it doesn't look that complicated. That doesn't either. Let's get this one. You just gave me an ad? Thanks, YouTube. Very cool. They've been increasing the amount of ads lately. I said it to it asked, it was like, how many ads do you want? Do you want lots of ads? Just a few ads? It's like, those are the options. I'm like, well, having them at all is really annoying. I just chose a few ads. I'm like, please don't. Who's gonna pick lots of ads? Like, genuinely, though. Even if you're just like greedy and you're like, I want to make $1 million from ad revenue somehow. From my 1 cent per ad or whatever. It's like, you're gonna turn people away. Because like, people are gonna be watching and then they're like attacked with 70 ads and they're gonna be like, I don't want to deal with this. They're gonna close the stream. So like, YouTube, why do you think people even want that? I don't get it. I know they want it because they profit from it. Current status on hastened stuff colors. 21 objects left, half of which belong to bosses. Yo, not bad. 5 belonging to game land, 2 to enemies, 1 to terminal velocity, act 2, 2 to unused variants of an already existing object, and 1 to sound, which I'm almost done with. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I should probably look at the boss stuff more. Like, if you have ever like have a question about the prems for that or whatever, I mean, I could look into that because I reverse engineered some of it, so it shouldn't be hard to like, you know, check that out. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel bad not helping at all. So if there's any way I could be useful, I know. But yeah, that's really awesome. I'm glad to see that. There was a friend I knew as a kid that I remember they had a Panasonic Q. The odd GameCube version was a sound system. Oh yeah, I looked it up now. They're around $600. Jeez. Yeah, not freaking bad. Look at color filters last 3 params because my brain is too dumb for it because it's graphics. Color filter. So I don't know where that even is. So I guess I'm not gonna be too helpful with that. Is that the name of a class? Start a search for it. Oh, that's the name of the object. The thing I find annoying about Ultimate is that they use the American spelling colors in the menu versus the original colors. It's just a small thing to be annoyed about, though. No, with Ultimate, I give everyone a free pass to be as annoyed about any small thing that they want to. There are so many tiny things that they just completely screwed up. That's so annoying. Oh yeah, see object color filter came up when I looked. That's 5 params, 5 floats, collision width, collision height, and 3 that manipulate how the filter is written on the screen. It's used in terminal velocity. Oh, that's sick. Oh, cool. Wait, so you can do more than just the purple tint that happens when the black hole catches up to you? Like, really? That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. I guess we can pull out. Like, what do I have in my magic hat? Maybe we could do a couple of Frontier songs, but I don't have all of them downloaded. Do some cyberspace. It's probably fine. You can only do the purple tint? Oh, okay. That stinks. Okay, so I thought one of the params might be that. So the last 3 params what you're looking for. Well, yeah, I don't know if I'll be helpful with that because I feel like by the time I find that, you already have figured it out. But I could check it out real fast, I guess. Let's see, in Colors Ultimate. You told me how they like construct the object from the parameters, but I don't remember how they do that. Is that just like well, I see the constructor for CObject color filter. But the 3 params seem to be for like top, mid, and bottom, but I barely tested messing with them in the set data. Yeah, that makes sense. It would also show up if I search for it here, right? Because there's literally a string. Yeah. There it is. Okay, so this is the CSet object class constructor, and I don't remember what the params for this even are. That's something. That's the init function. Okay. And then this is probably range in and range out. Yeah, default range in, range out. There's no like param data left over, which is obvious because if there was, you would just use that. This is the constructor for it. Okay. So these are the 2 VF tables. And then I don't know what the frick that is. Oh, it's just constructing the bit set. Set data parser would be at the VF table plus 44. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know any of this stuff yet. So the second one, I presume. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, all that it, no, I'm not sure if I got that right, because all that is that just returns a vector, so that doesn't make sense. Did you mean from this? Yeah, you did. That makes more sense. Sorry, man, I don't know any of this yet. So again, I'm probably not going to be able to help because I don't know any of this stuff. Okay, but this is what sets up the params you're saying. So this is the this pointer. This is, I assume, the struct from the set data. I guess. You get something from it. If it's not null, then they start setting up the params like this. So it kind of looks like, yeah, these are just, there's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the floats you're talking about. All right. Yeah, thanks. I see. Okay, so 5 params, 5 floats, collision width, collision height, and 3 that manipulated filter is different on the screen. So collision width and collision height are the first 2. So I should just look at what they do with these values. Check this out again. I don't know what this function is called either, so it's like something like init params or whatever, but I don't know yet, so. Completely lost that for a second. I don't know what type that is. Okay, I'm gonna go back for a bit. 104. It's 104 days. Summer vacation. Oh gosh. That's a convenient way to remember it. I more so meant if you can mess around with the set params, describe what they actually do to the object, considering you have graphics programming knowledge. Oh, thanks. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Well, alright. Yeah, I'll have to look into that more, like, with time, too, but I know there's some... I saw, when I looked for the, like, an IDA, there's actually something called Object Color Filter Renderable. So that I assume is what's going to actually use this. So I mean, I could try to really quickly look into what that does, because I assume they pass this object into that renderable, like as a pointer, and then that renderable uses the params from this to actually render the effect to the screen. So it's probably like based on this. Yeah, so then these are the let me check that again though. Yeah, just wanted to make sure. Okay, so these are the basically the 3 params, and I don't know what this does. Oh. So that's weird. It's weird that they just call that on this, so it must be that it inherits from something or whatever. But it looks like the value at hex 94 and then the value at hex 98 also gets set. So that would be... Is that right? I guess so. I don't know what's up with that. So if I look for the color renderable, I bet they use this. If you want to see where they use the second VF table plus 14. Thank you. I guess I should check that too before I lose this. Second VF table plus X14. DC. Okay. Oh. Interesting. So when they... I forget, is this because it's the leaf actor, so they have to back it up or whatever? So this pointer for this, I guess, should be correct, or is it actually subtracted by 8? But it looks correct, because these values line up with... Yeah, okay, cool. So it's just because it's the leaf actor. So this is great. Okay, so this is where they actually use them, I see. This is where they do like the computation with the floats, and then they pass that in the results of whatever the frick that's doing. They pass that into the renderable. So I assume this is like, this might be delta time or something. I don't know why it's a pointer, but they're adding it to this. It's probably delta time. Oh, it might be like an S-update info or something? That would make sense. And then, if it's less than this number, which is like the limit, I guess, upper limit, then they multiply by this. All these floats, I don't know. I can figure it out, but I think I'll just see what the renderable does real fast, because I'm just curious about that. So, is this like the constructor for it? That looks like the constructor right here. Yeah. I don't remember how the renderable VF table goes, but I looked into that a little bit in Lost World a long time ago. I actually looked into the renderable that plays the Cry movies, so you can play like the cutscenes with that. This might be something interesting. What's up with that? So maybe some of that would be useful for this too. This is kind of a mess. That should be the update function, I recall. Yeah, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Where it's stored. Another Passage is basically one of my favorite tracks from Frontiers. There's honestly a lot of good ones. Like that soundtrack has really grown on me a lot. Like I already liked it the first time I heard it, but I was kind of like, I don't know. The electronic sound is cool and all, but you know, I still, like, to this day, I think I prefer the more orchestral stuff, but this is pretty cool too. Like, it's still good music. Alright, so all I wanted to see is if, let's see if this function... Oh no, it gets called a lot, so it's part of just the renderable, I guess. It's not part of, it's not just part of this renderable, so that's not what I was looking for then. Okay, so I don't know, where do they even do the update, because all of these seem to be kind of like the same. Well, what I mean is they're all called by like all of the renderables, it looks like, so where's the like unique... Okay, this is unique. Okay. Something is yeah, well, I mean, it does look like they're setting up like a full screen, like, I'm not explaining it right, but it does look like they're setting up like a plain get camera. Okay. This looks like what I remember seeing in Lost World. Yeah, this looks like a render or whatever. Oh, fun. Local 98. So, because one of these values is a pointer to the C object color filter, I'm sure. Actually, this param 1 kind of looks like that, doesn't it? Well, hang on, let me go back. Just don't jump to conclusions on that one to see it. This is a sea world? And where does it get that from? It's like nowhere? Well, it's just gonna be like a prime that gets passed in. I need to figure out the renderable stuff to read this more cleanly. But I was hoping there was just like a fast way I could just check what it does. This is the same function. This is something... I mean, that's fascinating. It almost looks like a mask or something. Okay. I do wonder... Like... I know that those floats are used in here somewhere. It'd probably be good to like load it up in Dolphin or something. Yeah. And like see what happens. Okay, so maybe I'll do that real fast. Oh no, I went too far back. It's dolphin time. I loved that movie Dolpheus, where he said it's dead meme. I should probably update, but no, I'm doing a stream. Pause. Values are set to 0.5, 60, and 0 in this update, and there's only one instance of this object, of course. That's, yeah, that's very helpful. I see why it's hard to figure that out. Alright, so we'll just set a breakpoint here. Sure. Trying to hold the controller at an angle here. Sonic's going fast, alright. Is that just my headphones glitching out, I hope? The music was like jumping all over the place. That should have hit the... Oh no, not yet. Well, I guess it won't construct until it spawns in, right? I think we hit the breakpoint. Cool, we did. All right. All right. So hang on. Store. I forget where that is. F0 is set to. Why doesn't it? Okay, why would you want to display that as hex? I guess that's useful sometimes, but shouldn't it default to this? Yeah, anyways, 0.05, like you said. So that's the first value there. Is the goal spectrum still the same? Yes, it is. I'm trying to help that figure out some like what these parameters do in this object from colors, because it's something that he's trying to figure out. And I've got this like loaded up already anyway. Then I'm gonna go back to like the porting. So this is sorry, I just somehow, I don't know why, I just had a mental image in my head of like watching the auto-generated subtitles for the stream. When I said the porting, I bet you YouTube's gonna be like deporting. I'm like, no, that's not what I said. All right, so that's 0. Yeah. Okay, so I see what it's doing. So it's 0.05, 60 and 0, just like you said it would be. Okay, so I'm sure the next one will be 0. So keep it there for a second. R30. What's R30 at? Alright, plus this offset, I assume? I don't remember. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so what I want to see is, let's just change these values and see what happens, right? So it's F8, FC, and then the last one is 100, which I think is just right after. Yeah, so let's see what changes when we get there. Oh yeah, it's just these three, cool. So Death, again, just to clarify, Sarah, you're trying to figure out what these three params do? Is that correct? They seem to be like for top, mid, and bottom. Okay, so yeah, so you just want to make sure that's what they do. So I guess I should probably. Okay, cool, thanks. So I think I should probably just run it normally first, just to refresh my memory on exactly how it looks, and then like start just screwing with them and just see what happens. Sorry it took so long for me to. Oh yeah, that's very helpful when you just die immediately, Rad. So it doesn't really start. Yeah, this is when I really notice it. Now it's starting to kind of fade to purple. And now it's more intense. Slowly more and more. All the way to the end. Okay. So let's run that again. Those load times are so good. Like, I know I'm on a PC. I'm loading off a hard drive. It's not even an SSD. It's just so great. I have a theory that it starts strength and 60's max strength. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I'm being real helpful here. Woo. But I agree, yeah. So I want to edit this to be like I don't know, like let's do a big number. Really freaking huge. Except if we do that, this also might be like an interval. So actually, I wonder if I like go back again. You said it was like it's like a 1 + 14, is that right? 2 EDC here. So like, why did I not name them first? if I look at this again. Okay, this is not actually the param, but we check, yep, param 2 is a timer. So the second param is just used for that, because they compare it against the thing that has delta time added to it. Third param multiplies against these two floats, so it's like a strength. But that's just 0, right? Yeah, so that's really weird. And the first param gets multiplied with this value, which is basically the timer. So it's like param 1 times timer times param 3. But that should end up being 0, right? Because param 3 is 0? So that's kind of weird. I don't know why that's not just 0. I mean, maybe it is. I think I'll also put a breakpoint there. But let's first do this. Oh geez. Wait, how did Oh wait, did I screw something else up just then? That wasn't normal. I might have altered some other value by accident or something. Does that have anything to do, like, that shouldn't... I don't know what happened there, but... I don't know if the game just bugged or what, but the purple... I think that's different. That does look stronger, I think. It's hard to tell. I leave for a minute, and Rad already got Spectrum completed. That's really funny. Yeah, we're already at terminal velocity. Like, it's not even just like, oh wow, it's colors. It's like it's the last level, right? It's like there are no more levels left. So if I set it to like 1, yeah, there's no purple at all. Hardly. Yeah, that's really weird seeing it without the purple. Can't believe the solution to porting colors lost was just opening Dolphin and playing colors. The entire time! That's all I had to do. You know that meme where the guy, like, he, like, basically facepalms? He's like, oh! Oh, of course, my bad, man, my bad. So again, it's like... Alright. Okay. Shoutouts to the pointer changes every time. That's very cool. It was like param 2 is the one that I'm editing, right? And that's like the amount of time, like how far it counts up. So yeah, so the more that it counts up, the more that it applies the purple, right? So the larger, yeah, the more amount of time you let it count up, the more purple you have. So param 1, I assume, is like the increment. So how much it gets to go up each time. But yeah, param 3 being 0 is very freaking weird because, like, why is that not just canceling everything else out entirely, right? Well, FR3 is this. So I don't know. I guess it's just because you'd think you would just multiply by 0 would make it not. So I should check that as well. Restart the level instead of exiting the pointer shouldn't change, I think. Oh, that might be right. Thanks. That helps. Let's try, like, this would be kind of fun, right? I don't know, let's change it to, like, 4 or something. Well, let's leave that the same. No, go back to the game. Okay. Let's see if the pointer changed. Tragically, it changed. Okay, we got alt tab fast. There we go. Yeah, that's definitely the, like, increment. So I'm sure you already, like, knew this, but yeah, just to confirm, param 1 is like the increment, so it's like how much purple gets applied each step, and then param 2 is the maximum allowed like effect of the purple or whatever. So it's basically, I think, exactly what you guessed. Param 3 is weird though because it's set to 0 and I don't understand why that calculation isn't getting cancelled out. So I think what I'd like to try is I'd like to try this. Let's re-enable that breakpoint. And now it should tick every, like, frame, right? No, it's just every once in a while. Let's see if I can, like, put that over here, maybe. Oh, okay. It's basically every frame now. So, what, these values should be being modified? Yeah, they are. Every time, what I want to check is F0. Yeah, it's 0. It's zeroed out every time. So, like, what's up with that? Oh, wait. Okay, if it's less than this minimum amount, which is this value, or actually, wait, they changed it up here. No, okay. If it's less than or equal to 0, and 1 is less than it, then they set it to 1. So wait, I'm having a brain meltdown right now. What is that? That's like a min-max or something? But so it gets set to something else. So in that case, so if we like were to break right here, F1, it's still 0. What? I never really liked these songs so much in Frontiers, the ones that are just like the Guardians. I don't know. They're not bad, I guess. I just feel like, you know, like I feel like Tomia could have done something like amazing. I have 2 copies of Secret Rings and Dolphin. That's a good question. I think one of them is the one that's modded. I tested out some NN stuff on the rings. Increment max strength, min strength, maybe? Oh, that does make sense. With like the min max. Okay, so yeah, because that would be like the starting value, right? So if I make the increment speed like, well, I guess I don't even really need to modify it. Okay, yeah, let's this is the one that I want, I think. Yeah, let's restart it again. Get that quick step bonus. Okay. Let's change that to like, I mean, what if we just start like at 60, right? Or maybe we should start at like 50 or something, I don't know. So we can maybe see tiny noticeable difference. It doesn't really look like, huh. I would think that if we started at like 40 or whatever, then, well, actually, I don't know. That's really freaking purple. Pretty sure it wasn't that purple before. Guess I could try it again. Let's hold on tab to speed this up. Like, I don't know. That logic for some reason is throwing me off in the decompilation. But they do like something, they multiply it by this value. And then the end result of all of this is that it's 0. So this is like the multiplier, I guess, but if you use 0, then they have a fallback where they just do something else instead. What they do is they set this float to 1 instead of setting it to this. So I'm not sure why. I'm not exactly sure what that controls, right? So what if I set it to 1, right? Oh, go back to the game. Oh geez. We got really lucky with the collision just being awful. I never knew that this game had that bug in it. It's probably a 60 FPS bug. So with the device set to 1, I don't see it changing to purple at all. So that's very weird. It's like the strength, I guess, but I don't really know. Let me set it to a higher number, I guess. Or maybe a lower number, I don't know. Maybe this is like how much to minimize the strength by? You know what I mean? Like, let's do like 0.5 or something. Yeah, it seems to be slightly purple now. But I don't think it's as much as it's supposed to be. I don't know. Actually, it might be. That's very strange. That's why I got stuck too? I see. What if I do like 0.9? Because it feels like 1 maybe means no purple color at all. So in that case, 0.9 should mean like just a little bit of purple, not a lot. Yeah, it looks like that's what it's doing actually, doesn't it? And it's kind of a lot. I don't really know what that is. I could probably change that like frame by frame and see the difference maybe? Maybe I should do that. Like, let's get to the end part of this and then see what we can do. Should really learn the shortcut key for that. These are not really the Frontier songs that I would want to be listening to. Could probably do Chrono's Island, right? Make that louder too, hopefully. Okay. Make sure I alt-tab between those two because otherwise I get stuck. Okay, when we get here, where is that, by the way? 3268 AO. Right here. It's right before the branch. So it's like right after this. Yeah. So if we change value of param 3, F1, what is all this? It should be F1, I think. Yeah, that should be value of 0 there. Nope. Oh wait, what the frick is that? I got lost. Help me, I'm lost. Well, it's certainly not that. Oh. Oh, it says right here. Let's do this, right? So put a breakpoint like here, and then each frame. Yeah. We get to change it. So at this point in time, F1 is 0, right? So let's change it to like something else. Let's make it like 1 and see what that does. We should be able to go frame by frame now because the breakpoint's here. Oh, it doesn't change the value that's already there though. Right. Whoops, that's stupid. Okay, because I forgot that value... Yeah, they are like multiplying it by that value every frame, because that's what I was thinking. But it doesn't change what the value already is. That's that's a pain to figure that out. Okay, well, I don't know, but I'll just try, I'll just try sending it to a few more things and see what happens, I guess. Because we know that 1 seems to disable it entirely for some reason. I see why it isn't affecting the strength. The multiplication goes into F0 when the strength calculation goes into EC. So into there, strength calculation ends up in... Yeah, I see what you're saying. So this is something else. It was a bit more obvious if you name your local vars. Yeah, but I didn't know what it was. So I named some of them. Okay, so this is the strength is what you're saying. Wait, what the... There. Oh yeah, it becomes F1. I see. I think I see. Oh yeah. Okay, that's where the strength goes. Yeah, you're right. So this is not the strength at all. It's something else. This starts off as 0, but it can become F1, which is also F0. So that's... So it's basically like the equivalent of a min or max or something, but yeah, it's just looking really complicated in the decompilation, but... So it's not like the strength itself, but it does something with the strength? Is it like a blend amount or something? I wonder? Like... I wish there was like a good way to compare. Like I just want to get like a screenshot of like the frame. Maybe I can do that. Like how about this? I'll just enable this breakpoint just so that it pauses every frame. Right? And what I'll do is I think I'll just set the... We determine this is basically like the value that gets added each time, right? Whereas this is the like max strength. So let's just make it add the max amount on the first frame. Let's set this to 0 at first. Compare that to 1 and a few other values and just see what looks different. Why did it not pause? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so this is the first time that it's actually adding anything. And it should immediately look super, like, purple, but it... Oh, there it is. Okay, that didn't take long. So this is, like, what it looks like. I guess we should just, you know... just compare. So that's, like, max strength with it set to 0, right? This is like I know there has to be a faster way to like check this, but okay. This time it's going to be 1. There we go. So even though it's 1, it still looks pretty darn purple. That's fascinating. Why would the canvas be bigger? Oh, okay, somehow I accidentally... Screw me. It looks like the same, doesn't it? Did I not change that correctly? I think I did. The color looks the same. Fascinating. Okay. So if we set that to like, it's pretty much identical. Yeah, it looks like exactly the same to me. I guess I can just actually die each time and restart the stage. I guess that's fine. Like, why not, right? Okay, so I do like 0.2 or something small like that. Ah, yes, that made a difference. Because I'm an idiot, that's... I immediately realized what I did, so... Do that, but this time set the value the same. Doggone it. Okay, set this to 60, and then set this to 0.2. I get the feeling it won't actually make a difference. Let's see. I think that's like the same again. Is that frame for frame identical? No. It's close though. I don't see any difference in the color at all. Does that have to do with these dots maybe? See these dots floating around? The size of the dots looks kind of different, doesn't it? Is that just because of the frame? That's interesting. I don't know if that's related, but it does look different. I think they're just random, right? How are the dots at 0? I should have named these. I think the first one was 0. This is 0. So if you look on the side, they're like kind of small, right? This is 0.2. But I think that's probably just due to chance. Like these are probably just randomly sized every time. But I wonder. And this was 1, I believe, so that doesn't make sense unless it falls back to 1 if it's 0. In that case, it would make sense. So if I like try this again with like a larger number that still isn't 1, or maybe a smaller, I don't know, we'll see. Let's do like a small number that isn't 0. right? See what the frick happens. I think you're right too, but that can't be it since any scale by 0 should be more. Well, I don't know if they subtract from something, but you're right. It seems like they multiply something, so I don't know what the frick it is. It's weird how it doesn't seem to really have a different, like, make a difference. Could it be related, like... I don't know, like, it seems like... Okay, so, like, I think when I'm setting the minimum interval to the maximum, it doesn't seem to matter what the third param is set to at all. But when they're not the same, it seems like it makes more of a difference. So it has something to do with probably, like, the speed at which we reach the interval. Like, maybe it's, like, the step speed or something. I don't know, it's weird that it's 0. It shouldn't be 0, right? But it seems like it falls back to something else. I really don't know, man. If I start at 50, how many frames does it take before we get to 60, right? So it's, is that just not triggering? Yeah, there it goes. 1, 2, well, 3, we're already at purple. I don't know when it's at 60. It's hard to tell. I guess I could check the value of the floating memory and probably tell from that, but it kind of looks like... I mean, 3 frames before we got to the first... So, because like it starts at the min interval or whatever, right? Dude, I don't know. We need to see how that value at F0 is used by the renderable, since I imagine it's passed along to it. If I could figure out how the renderables worked, that would be nice, because then I could, like, yeah, see what it passes into the renderable and how it works, but I need to do a lot of diving to figure that out. So, I mean, I can try to keep figuring it out, but honestly, I don't think I'm gonna get this now. But we at least know what the first 2 params are, but I assume you already knew those. Param 3 is weird, like, what's it doing? If we set this like timer. Timer is less than max. We'll also see if we can do that. Multiply, this is definitely like, yeah, like, something like max timer, I don't know. Interval. So timer gets set to that. So it actually like multiplies each time. It doesn't just like add the interval, it like multiplies it. It's kind of interesting. And then that gets stored into EC directly. And then after that, we have this, which is 1. No, it's not quite 1. It's lower than 1. This value gets multiplied by timer, which is not a 0 value, but then it gets all that gets multiplied by param 3. So following the order of operations, the result of this should always just be 0, and it seemed like that was the case when I broke there. I think it's still 0 by the end of this, though. So that's just like... What does F0 do? Like, that's the part that I think we're missing. It multiplies because it's not an interval, but start strength. That's just what it starts at. But it runs this every frame, right? But we're multiplying... Oh. You're right. I see what we're doing. Because every time we're replacing timer with this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think you're gonna get it more than me, it sounds like. I just don't know what this F0 value is. That's really what the problem is. I don't know what they do with that. So I mean, we can set it to unknown. But yeah, it would be nice to know what the frick that's called. Yeah, if you can like follow what gets done with that value. You're good, man. It was fun to check it out. Sorry I couldn't help with it. It's just one of those things, sometimes I'm just like, because I haven't looked into like actually really the objects yet in colors. So when I'm looking into them now, I'm like, I don't actually know what how these are laid out. So it sounds like you know more about the objects than me, because you've looked into them more. But yeah, this is it's weird. That I see what you're saying. Like the first two are pretty obvious, but the last one is bizarre. Why can't Sonic Team be normal, maybe? Okay, but the fact that they multiply this, they have this value, which they multiply by the current, well, the new timer value, which is start strength times timer. So it's like the current timer value, right? It's like the current strength, essentially. They're taking the current strength, multiplying it by this, and they're multiplying that by param 3 and storing that into here. So it's something to do with the strength, but it doesn't seem to make a visual difference. So I don't know why they overcomplicated this. There was probably some highly specific thing that it does. Like it could be the brightness or something, but it doesn't seem like there's any visual difference at all. Really. The dots, I think, are just coincidence. So it's yeah, the only thing is like maybe because right here at this spot in the level there's something that, okay, so you probably noticed this too, right? At the end of the level, everything gets brighter. Like if I turn this off, well, I'll just turn all of it off. So when you get to the end of the stage, everything slowly starts to glow kind of white. I wonder if it's related to that, because I'm not really checking what happens at the end. I was checking, oh my gosh. Ignore that. I'm checking what happens at the beginning. But I wonder if there's some property about the end of the stage, like a light that's set there, or a fog box or something. Because if you look at the tint of this, it's not just purple, right? Everything starts glowing. It's like bloom. See how bright the white gets? It's very bright. I wonder if that param controls that. Oh, the white is from another object? Oh, really? Wait, I didn't know that. Oh. Well, that makes sense, too. Dang, man, I really don't know. So I'm just like, what would they be thinking? Like, what were they trying to do with that? Huh. Alright, well. I mean, it might be worth checking, but I think you're right, because I think the whiteout was still there when I disabled this. Oh, yeah, that just fades to the results screen, right? Yeah, I'm talking about the, like, bloom. Or whatever, I don't know. Might be worth checking that. Like, let's see. Let's see if that changes at all. But I can't really get it on the right frame, but I don't know if it matters. Like, let's just get it... Let's get the normal one first. and then just set it to like 1 or some small number or something and see if it changes. It's like basically right after I jump over this. Yeah. This is obviously not going to be exact. So that alone is going to screw up the, whoops. You know, the judgment of things. Let's also see what it's like towards the end. I think maybe when that platform starts lifting up, I don't know. Because it's pretty white at this point. Which is a fun thing to say on a live stream. I just be due to the different angle? Well, you're probably right, but I just want to rule it out. The bloom accumulates differently. Right. But it seems like there's a lot more in this area than there is in, like, the rest of the game. So it makes me kind of wonder if it's, like, unnatural, like... So let's just try a few different values and see if it looks any different. Because I'm just like, what the heck else could it be? Okay, so first try that. That did look kind of different, didn't it? Maybe not. Yeah. It's not the same frame, but like... Is there any GI at all? No, there's no GI. Wait, there's some there. Oh, I don't know. That looks different. I should probably have, like, screen recorded it instead. Well, I mean, you could maybe even, like, scrub through the video, like the stream. But that looked pretty different. Like, let me just compare that twice, like, one more time. I wonder if that is related to the blue. Because there's some GI there, and then this is very white right here. And there's some right there. Okay, no, I think that's the same. I think I just misremembered it. I think you're probably right. I just had to rule that out, because, like, what... what does that control? So weird. Oh, I'm probably gonna move on because I want to stop the stream soon. But let me try like a small value or something. Is the purple different here? It feels kind of different, but I can't tell if it is. The white's the same. You're just getting it from the black hole object getting closer? That makes sense, yeah. It's a pretty surprisingly good effect for like what's going on. The game turns into Sonic Colors Ultimate because the black hole is devouring everything. Just like that game devours everything. So it's pretty accurate, I would say. No, seriously, I don't know. I'm sorry, I really don't know what the frick that is. I see why you're having trouble figuring that out. This will be one of those things that'll just... I'll like think about it later and I'll be like, wait! And then by that point you'll be like, oh, I just figured it out. Because I'll just make it spawn a truckload of confetti in Tropical Resort. Yeah, spawn a ton of confetti, turn up the bloom, turn down the lighting, like make all the GI dark. And just like that. Did that yesterday? I gotta see that. So I'm like gonna stop soon, but I want to see. I want to try to at least implement this function here and see if I can test that in game. And that's all I think for tonight. Because all this does is it just pushes you out of the collision. So I don't know if I can even really like. I don't know if there's an easy place to test that at. But it'd be cool to try. So we do these 2 copies. This I don't know what it is. It's definitely like a... it's like a math function. It's not part of anything else that I can tell. So this is probably already a thing in... Oops. Why did I type that? This is probably already a thing in Lost World that I don't need to implement, but I don't know what it is. So for now, I'll just do this. That is in 1. And this is out 1. So if I do in 1, length square root. Sure, let me check. Hello, I think I'm back. Bro, this image has so much confetti in it that it somehow killed my internet. Yeah, when I was trying to load this image for some reason, it was just like 0 kilobits per second. I'm like, what the frick? That's really funny. There's entirely too much confetti. Jeez, it actually does kind of look like how I remember Color's Ultimate looking. Ah, jeez. Isn't it great, by the way, how like, you know, it just goes like through the floor. Like it doesn't do anything special with that. But normally you don't really notice too much unless you're looking for it, because there's just not a ton of confetti and they use it pretty wisely. But with this much confetti, you definitely see it. Also, wonder how much confetti it would take to lag the Wii. Like if you ran this on the actual hardware. That colors to lag on my PC. Oh, it lagged on your PC with that much confetti. So I'm sure that would be great on the Wii. That's a little bit too much confetti. You know, there are limits to things. Oh, we're back. I'm gonna stop soon, so I might just let that play again. I don't know what else to play. That confetti amount is blowing up the Wii. Yeah, it's if you want to set your Wii on fire, you know, that's a pretty cool way to do it. I would say. Whatever. I'll just type the one. Okay, in this case, we're going to normalize. Is that? Oh yeah, it's this now. I think it returns it, right? No. In fact, it does not. I tried to make it like the actual function works. So I guess that's just what they do. What was it called, man? This tooltip won't... Like over the years I've gone from being like Visual Studio, How could I ever not use Visual Studio? Visual Studio is the best. To being like, Visual Studio is not that great. I don't know how I got there. So you can just pass this in directly and save that, but I don't know why it optimized that way. We'll just, and like, we just do things the way that it looks like it's done in the decompilation first, and then we do it a different way later. Okay, so that music's too loud, I just realized. I think that got too loud. It's 512 emitters generating at a ratio of 512 each. Oh no. Is that the limit? Like, is that why you picked it because it's the limit, or is there can we go higher? You can go higher. Can we get Dario to do it? See how long it takes to lag down the 4090? Jeez. It's just release a mod titled "Entirely Too Much Confetti." I think I'm just gonna rename this to like V or something because I don't want to type that every time. Times V again. Minus whatever this is. 3, okay. All of that. Oh, wait. Whoa. Times what great code this is. Oh, so this is wrong. I just realized. Alright. It's 1.0 divided. I know that they're using doubles as well. Square root of param1. Not me trying to remember. There's a C function for that, right? Yeah. Where's it at? It's in math.h. That's sensible, yeah. And I think this is probably just a float and then it just got compiled to this, but you never know. Because they always do that with PPC. One, and the only one that isn't is, yeah. Is that correct? Probably not. So the whole thing gets multiplied. Did I really? Yeah, let's just do that for, like, readability. You know, quote-unquote readability. How, like, the theoretical confetti limit. That's the whole question right there. I think this basically boils down to being like a ternary thing, right? Yeah, because they do like. That's basically what that. Why did it do that? Okay, and then it's either set to that or it is set to the float. So this is basically like a min or whatever. it's like, right, out 2 equals this. Okay, if that's the case, then it gets set to this. Otherwise it gets set to 0. And then uvar1 gets set. So what's uvar1 again? That's what we return. Okay. So I'm gonna stop soon, like for real. But let's see this first. It's just 0. And that looks to be basically the whole function. So this is like, I think I already know what this is. What is it, like normalize with length or whatever? There's like one that's like, see, there's normalize, I don't remember what it's called, but I've seen that function before. It might also be part of like the Sonic namespace or whatever. Sometimes they have some that are actually part of like the game instead of CSL. But there was one I've seen like a long time ago. It's something like normalized with length or whatever. I can't remember what it's called, but it works like this. It's also a multiply add. So what we're doing is we're normalizing the might be an at math. Yeah, that makes sense. Vector 3 normalize. Oh, this actually already kind of looks like it though. Always gotta make sure that there's no broken assembly. That already kind of looks like it. Copy, set it to 0. Yeah, otherwise we do this, we normalize it, we do, oh look at that, CSL math square root, ooh. That's different. And then we set the result to this. So basically it looks like it's the same. Oh wait, that's what this function is. Square root f. Cool, I called the right function. Well, I think that's what this is. It gets used a lot here. Maybe that's not what it is. This looks very similar though, doesn't it? It kind of just looks like vector 3 normalize. But it doesn't get used in Lost World, it does get used here. Maybe I'll just put a comment on top that's like, might be... Because I feel like I would have already found a function like that, right? Yeah, I already found a function that I determined was the equivalent to that. Oh no, but this one isn't the overload that takes the float, though. So the overload that takes the float is probably this one. But I don't know. For now, we'll just call it, and later I can rename it and move it where we need it to be. We're gonna stop with this. So let's just like implement this and then maybe test it. I don't know if I can even really test it because I don't know if there's any collision to be pushed out of, and there's no like gravity yet. You can probably put a temporary gravity in or something. Anyway, physics dot this. Oh yeah, we have to actually do that in 2 separate passes because of how they chose to implement it. So no, is it lost for an API? Yeah, I already knew. I didn't even look at the link. Normalize with length. Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, thanks, I appreciate it. It looks like pretty much exactly what this function does, except this square root thing looks like it's implemented differently. I love GitHub's terrible search, where it just doesn't show me the thing. Great. I'm sure it's in... Oh, is this it? Yeah. It's greater than 0, then it returns square root, otherwise it returns 0. That's all that it's doing. I mean, it could be that, but just optimized really weirdly, but it looks... I don't know what the frick that's doing. It looks more complicated than that. I don't know, I'm just gonna leave it how it is in colors for now because I want to be accurate. And then later I'll look into if that's something that's already in Lost World or not. So this was not a thing yet. Doesn't this return... Yeah, it returns a bool, but they just don't use it. Fantastic. Oh, yes they do, right? No. Oh, this is also an outprem, I forgot. What a weird function that is. Might be like a pointer. I closed it, didn't I? Oh well. No, it looks like 3 references there, if this is in fact the function that I think it is. Okay. Physics, and then 2.8. Okay. So if that's true, and... Okay. This float is less than the dot product of these two values. And I don't think that parentheses should matter in this case. What fun! Okay. It's the same thing. It's less than. I just don't even, right? As long as it works. Okay. Then we will set it to the following. So is this already a thing? No. I thought it wouldn't be. It's going to be 298 times every dot between, once again, these two things. I think it's pretty clear that they probably just had one value. They didn't actually compute that 3 times, so I don't know why I'd optimize to that. Maybe this all was like a macro or something, who knows. Again, it's like my strategy has always just been, first we make it work, then we go back and we try to understand it better and clean it up and whatever, right? Because it doesn't really matter, like, how much I can read this or whatever until I need to read it. Like, that's not normally how I would write code, but this is, decompilations are kind of different. I found it to be easier to just think like that. So this function, we don't have yet. That's all that does, it just pushes it out. So, that's that part implemented, that's all I wanted to do for now. So, Yeah, so we actually are using these values. So it's probably like overlap and sweep. Like, I don't know what these vectors are. It's probably like that. But let's probably check it. Also, we need to do this, I'm sure. Actually, no. It looks like we already did that. So I think I can just build. Makes sense if it was showing that normalize with blank does exist as a function. Oh, yeah, sure. I appreciate that. That's me having arrived at work in a dip. See ya. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm basically going to wrap up this stream, but let's just see if we can test this first. It's also closed, Dolphin. Okay, what did I not... Oh, the handle, really? Handle base is valid. That's what you're complaining about? That's inlined, though. So what's the problem with that? How to find handle base? I think IntelliSense is being stupid. As it typically is. Like, jeez, man. Yeah, alright. So, let's find implementation of this, get the address for that. Okay, this is used in a billion places. What would be like the easiest one? I don't know. Red sheep add callback, that's interesting. Look at how laggy that is. Snowball update, that's kind of funny. Want to do the snowball? Right? Where is the symbol at? There it is. I'm blind. Why did I reverse engineer so much of the snowball? I don't remember even doing that. Okay, so, like, update manual. I mean, this looks like the function already, but it's kind of weird. So all that they do is they check if this value is null, or if the other one's null, and then they return. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. All right. Build that again. Alright, let's see if we can test that out. It'd be cool if it did actually like do something different now. Yep, so I wanted to check this at some point apparently. I forgot about that. I think that's probably correct. Doesn't look incorrect, so. Okay, check push out, overlap, by overlap and sweep. So like what even are these vectors, right? Like I've just been blindly doing this. There's gonna be an output vector. I should have named that more appropriately or whatever, but I think this looks like the up vector. Yeah. And this looks like, is that the player position maybe? Oh, it's velocity. I think it's velocity. So then this is the up, yeah, upter for sure. And then this is position. So it's position, out, I don't know what the out is, velocity, and up direction. So I should remember that. So can we get inside of this function? Yo, I forgot he like shot up to the sky now. Okay, so this is the incredible broken state of this because I haven't finished implementing it. As soon as you try to jump, right, he like shoots up into the sky because his position gets set to 000 or whatever. So if I like, that's because the new position here, right, that gets set down here. Pretty great code, right? This is not all implemented yet. This is gonna get changed, so it's kind of funny. So what I think I'll do is temporarily, I think I'll replace this with the current position so that it doesn't change. I think that's probably good. And I'll put those names that I gathered into this. Just so that I don't forget that. Alright, we're gonna end this string. Me, myself, and I all going to end it together. New velocity. I will also set this to like, actually let's set it to upder because that would be funny. Just have him slowly go up. What's the upder one again? I'm gonna rename these later, but for now I don't want to because I want to make it like the decompilation. So that should have him just slowly drift upwards, but I think there's probably more going on than that. I forget. So we'll see if that works or not. Give it a shot. Okay, he's not slowly drifting upwards. Ooh. What did he do just then? Oh. Now he is. That's kind of weird. I think that is actually like working, but it's being very odd about it. New velocity. Well, so like the new position should be updated with that, right? That's terrible. Let's see if that works. That should have him just go up. And then I can convert that to make him go down. And that would be just goofy enough. Yeah, actually he's going down. Okay then. But this breakpoint never triggered before, so it's probably not. Oh, there it is. Slowly up. Beautiful. Ah, yes. Yeah, just this gentle drift upwards, right? There it is. That's what I wanted. So does the collision work then? That's something I wanna see, because I don't think it did before. So let's have him go down slowly and then call it a night. Oh, you can't do that? Really? I don't know why I didn't make an inverse for it. Let's see if it collides with the floor. I don't think I implemented that yet. No, I in fact did not. So what does the C collision thing do then? Because we call check push out by overlap and sweep, but I guess that must only be like horizontal. Like if I'm stuck inside of something, then it will push me out of it. But otherwise, it just doesn't have any collision, apparently. I'm not really clear on why. I guess that makes sense if, I don't know, if you're stuck or something. Ah, yes. What a beautifully climactic ending. Well, I mean, we're getting somewhere with it. Right? I mean, we're slowly re-implementing the common posture. So, like, that's what matters. Is it still mapped to the, yeah, the, like, boost effect is still mapped to running. So it looks like he's going faster than he is. It's kind of funny. So the double jump still uses the, like, Lost World common posture, which is why it actually works. The, like, hop kind of works too, but it's not accurate to colors yet because I didn't implement all of the states and postures for that. But it kind of works. And I mean, you can, like, hop over things with it. Like, you can, like, hop over the dash pads or whatever, right? So it's, like, kind of funny. But yeah, this is the one that's not functional yet. Once it is, everything else becomes a lot easier. That's kind of the predicament. So this is what we did tonight, this whole thing here, everything involving this. So what we have left to do, there's still to do here, so I gotta end here. This one's maybe not so bad a problem though, but this one, oh, that's not really so bad either. I just need to know what that attribute is. So those both are not so bad. This function, I need to implement all of this. So there's that. And this too, apparently. This is completely implemented, it looks like. So that's pretty cool. And then we gotta implement this, which means implementing this function here. That doesn't look so bad, but I need to figure out what all these things are. So that's going to be a little interesting, but that's another thing that maybe you could do in one stream, right? I don't know what this is. I don't know if it matters. I could maybe just give it a name. I don't know what these functions are, so we need to figure that out. Don't know what these are. Don't know what this is. But that doesn't look bad. It just gets something from the... what is it? It gets the owner of the C-base posture, and then it gets a parameter off of that. It just computes some vector based on some parameter. And these vectors. That doesn't look like such a bad thing to me. Actually, that... Maybe I could do that really fast. I don't know. Because that looks like it just computes the new velocity. So maybe that's like a good thing to have, right? Also, new position, we set it up with this. You start with the current position. Right, so why did I not implement that before? Why did I not do it that way? Let's try that. Oh, I don't have that function. That might not be... Oh, it really returns it as like a float. Interesting. Also, what? Is that like not a thing? Like I don't see why you're being that way. Why are you you gotta be so rude? I think, yeah, I've got vector 3. I don't know what was up with that, but okay. So this is probably inlined on PC if I had to guess, because, I mean, well, maybe not, but probably. Okay, I will end this soon. Let's do the simplify one, because it's simple. Oh yeah, this is great because it's right towards the beginning. Set position. Let's put that. I got it. Okay, towards the beginning there's like is disable collision. We have a scale, we have an add, set position, get collision, get position, get velocity. I was looking for, yeah, get position. So they do get collision. There's a constructor involved. There's calculate collision. That's got to be what that is, I assume. Check hit ground. That's probably what this is. So it's in between these two. So what are these? It could be that. It could be that. I think it's this one. Hang on. 10, 20. Yeah, it's the smaller number, which is going to be this. That's app player C collision get position. I should probably get the other one while I'm at it, because why not? I'm right here. Get velocity. Okay. It's awkward without the music, but I'm like about to end the stream. My stream for myself. I guess if you're watching the VOD, hello, hi. Alright, so get the position. And then once you've done that, yeah, one of these is get velocity as well. So that's probably get velocity, if I had to guess. Because it comes right after that, doesn't it? Yeah, it's the value that comes immediately after. That seems like the same thing as this. It's 20, this is position. Why did I not name these before? Like, that's insane. That is literally insane. And why are you not? Oh, I guess I didn't hit the save. Yeah, that's. I thought I did. That's kind of funny. All right. Whoops. So they should be like right on top of each other. Yeah, awesome. So this is the same thing. That's very cool to have that mapped out. Okay. So this starts with get position, and this starts with get velocity. Makes a lot of sense. And then somewhere down here we do this function and then we copy that into the new velocity and everything. But these are actually correct for now. So what was the thing I wanted to do? Was it this? Oh yeah, that is what I wanted to do, because this just computes the new velocity. It's also, I'm noticing like it's very similar to this, so I wonder if there's just like check hit ground. It doesn't seem to be the same, but it's similar. So I don't know what's going on there. Do I actually want to do this tonight? Maybe. Well, okay, let me check one thing. Do I have this parameter already? Because if the answer is yes, then I'll do it. If not, then I don't want to deal with adding the parameter tonight, so we'll just stop there. Either way, this will be over in like a few minutes. It's hex 78. I don't think I have that. Oh. Or maybe I do. I think I actually do have that. Okay, we'll add that real fast then. Oh, I already implemented this, right? Yeah, I already implemented that. Apparently it's called multiple times. I didn't remember that. Well, cool then. Okay, so new velocity, that's here. So they call that multiple times. So the final one's like down there somewhere. Okay, so this is like where I'm doing this at. So there's also a quaternion for some freaking reason. I guess that's like the rotation. Do I need that to call this function? I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so we'll just put a to-do there and call this. And these will be the vectors. Does it return one? Of course it does. Yeah, so it's going to be, well, we don't need to put that in. Obvious.20c, new velocity, and 218. Done. And this should not even have to exist, but again, I'll make it more cleaned up later. This is just trying to make it accurate. And yeah, I mean, bvar7 starts at false, but that's, what is that used? Like way later, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we're gonna start with computing it like this. So let's just see if that changes anything. And this is the last thing I'm doing tonight. I love how it has to recompile all the headers. Just fantastic. Here we go. So it started with this as the position, and it ended up with this as the position, but it's going to set that, setting the velocity to that. So that's, wait, oh, never mind, that's the velocity. This is the old velocity, this is the new velocity value. Okay. I don't know why it's different. Is that from the physics or something? Because this got modified. No, it didn't. It did here. I don't know, whatever. So it's not really, he's not really moving still. Yeah. It's crazy how much code you have to write before he actually starts just like falling. Like we're re-implementing like the concept of gravity and collision, which is not something that you would think would be so difficult, but it's one of the worst things. So this is going to be neat once I get that working. But okay, so we're one step closer to it being fully implemented there. So, okay, so we've got some stuff to do before and after that. But after that, let's see, it's like, I said that's the last thing I'm going to do, and I mean that. I'm just showing you what we're doing next time. So I have to implement this whole function, which is going to be fun. But it looks like I actually figured out several of the functions that are called inside of this one, just by doing other stuff. So that's pretty cool, because that's going to help. And then, what is the set ground info? Yeah, so all of this needs to be implemented as well. This is the stuff that handles the... I think this part is what handles actually colliding, like with objects. So this is going to make Sonic collide again. I'm pretty sure. This whole function is going to be real fun. Look at this. Actually, it's not as long as I thought. But yeah, yeah, this is the one that handles the colliding. And there's other functions here too. So see this, that might be the worst part of this. But it doesn't look so bad because it's going to be pretty similar to the Lost World stuff. You can probably copy a lot of that, honestly. So it's a lot of code, but it probably not take super long to go through that. This one, I don't know. This is more... This sets some flag based on the collision. It might be like whether he's grounded or not. I'm not sure what, or something like that. Like some flag related to collision. Okay, and this one does not look hard to implement at all. That you could probably do in like a few minutes. The only thing is figuring out what this one function is, but that doesn't look hard. Everything else is already basically figured out. So but this does something with the surface. Once again, it does something with the collision. And so does this. These don't look that bad though to me. They don't look that scary or whatever. Like they look like reasonable. So this does something else with the collision as well. This part, I don't know. Is that the one where we implemented it? Yeah, because it gets called twice, right? So we implemented it here. That's above all this. Yeah, so I implemented that one. I did not implement this one yet. But we already implemented that function, so we'll just call it again. But yeah, but that's the rest of the collision stuff. Yeah, and then the rest of this handles... I assume the rest of the movement... It's like the gravity and the velocity and all that. This is just going to be a lot of math, if I had to guess. This doesn't even look... Oh, that's the one I already implemented, yeah. So actually, that one's already done. I don't know... That's just math. I don't know what it does. But it won't be hard to figure that out. This does something with the physics, apparently. So again, it's like related to the velocity. So it's like we're going in chunks. I'm doing like one chunk per stream, and I've been doing smaller chunks, but like on the process of implementing each chunk, we're figuring out all these other functions, and then that makes the other ones easier. It's like imagine you have a puzzle, and at first you have no pieces like placed. So each piece that you're like, you pick up a piece and you need to figure out where it goes, and it could be literally any of the pieces, right? So if it's a 1,000-piece puzzle, it's like it could be any, like it's 1 in 1,000. Is the correct answer, right? So it's like kind of hard at first. It's like, where do I put this piece? I don't know. So you try to start with like edge pieces, right? And then, you know, ones that are easier to guess where they go. And then from there, you're just kind of finding other pieces that are next to it, and you're kind of just trying to figure out what connects to that, and eventually you're filling in the holes. Towards the end of the puzzle, it gets easier though, right? Because whenever you're placing a piece, it's like you already can see the picture forming. And so it's not that hard to go, oh, well, I see. This goes there because I can see that's the only place that makes sense with the rest of the image that's already there, right? I know it's kind of a silly analogy, but this is really, really similar to that. You're just like building a puzzle, and it gets easier as you go because you've filled out more of the overall image, basically, right? So the hardest part is this. because it just takes so long at first to get a tiny bit of code written out, and it's just like, oh my gosh, this is going to take forever. But it's like, well, that's because you're placing down the first couple of pieces, right? The rest of the pieces aren't this hard because you've already figured out the general shape of things by that point. So it gets easier. But yeah, so I've actually, this is like not bad. Like that's a decent amount of stuff implemented right there. But we still have to implement a lot of the chunks of this before that's done. Once C++ common is done, as I said a billion times, the rest of this gets a lot easier because we've got a shape now and we can just start going, okay, well, let's just put in the code to play this animation, and let's just put in the code to do this, and it starts to snap into place better. So I'm sure there's going to be other challenging things, but I really feel like this is the hardest part. We're slowly getting there. So yeah, I'm going to end with that. One step closer to the hedge. So true. There's a lot of jokes you can make about that. Anyway, thanks for watching. If you're still here, you're a real one. Yeah, and I'll see you soon. Yeah, I'll try to work on this off stream as well. Hopefully next week I'll have more done than this. But anyway, take care. Insert cool, awesome way to end a stream here. I wouldn't know. Later, everyone.